Hello! Alright. Here we are with Requiem for Innocence. So I hope you guys are ready for this. I don't know why. I was just looking in here and it was like the chat that was in OBS was the entirely wrong chat, but I'll figure this stuff out eventually. I should have alerts working, so that's exciting. So, they should all have new sound effects and stuff too. So if people follow or subscribe or things like that, you guys should be in for a surprise if it's working the way it's supposed to. So let's hope. Yeah. All right. So I do want to see my chat. Still not my chat. Whatever. I'll just deal with it. How weird. Oh well. Oh, some dude. Hi, it's been a bit. Hydrate. Oh, right off the bat. Thank you, thank you. Man, I have got so many beverages today. I got coffee, tea, and water. So I am prepared with all the kinds of libations possible. Man. Man, I really do not get why the Stream Elements chat thing is not showing my chat. This is kind of whack. Whatever. I'll just keep checking the actual Twitch page to make sure I can see what you guys are saying. Dehydrate, rehydrate, and regular hydrate. Exactly. Although you could argue tea also dehydrates you, but yeah. I've got all the hydration needed. Alright, so here we've got the prequel to Fata Morgana. Basically, we're in the Middle Ages, and this guy, Jacopo, is a very ambitious dude who just led a slave revolt, and he saved a young girl who's had the most terrible life so far. Like, she was believed to be a saint, and she believes herself to be a saint. So this, like, madman lord bought her and then was using her blood to fuel, like, these horrifying feasts. And so she's just been rescued from that, and she's in bad shape. So Jacopo's trying to take care of her. With the only friends he thought would take care of her, who are in a brothel, so she's also contending with that, because she's like, that's a sin. But they're just trying to take care of her and look after her, you know? So Jacopo, that was a lot more work than I expected. Oh, look who it is. All done with your little visit? Yeah, all done. Same with you, I take it? Yep, just a little bit ago. God, you would not believe that last guy. He was so rough, I thought he was gonna tear me a third hole. Maria? Is that so? Poor Jacopo. Not sure how I'm supposed to react to that information. So, any news, or did she just sleep the whole time? No, she woke up. We even spoke, if briefly. Well, shit, that's great news. That's debatable. Oh, what happened? Your big sis is all ears. Except I'm older than you, and we're not related either. Huh. Well, I didn't figure her life was all rainbows and sunshine. So what, you wanting to look after her? Because let me tell you, it'll be hard, thankless work. I made that choice when I rescued her from the Lord's manor. I'd at least like to take care of her until she's able to support herself to some degree. Well, I'll do what I can to help too. We can spare room for her as long as she needs. I appreciate it. She seems far too wary of me to stay with me. You were planning on taking that poor, innocent girl to live with you? Man, I thought you had standards. No, for the love of God, no, I would never. That reaction is never gonna get old. Anyway, pretty strange marks she's got on her face, huh? Any idea what they might be? There was a girl who used to work here a while back. One day she woke up and she was covered in warts. Warts? What does that have to do with this? Chill, I'm getting to that. Me and the other girls, we thought one of her clients had given us something, not uncommon in this line of work. We'd never seen anything like it before, but we just assumed it was some kind of rare disease. Not long after, she quit, and, well, tell you the truth, I figured she'd turn up dead in a ditch somewhere. But she got lucky, and a family in a better part of town took her in, let her work for him as a maidservant or whatever. When I ran into her a few years later, all the warts were gone. At first, I assumed the disease had just run its course, but as I talked to her, I started to think that wasn't it. Oh? Apparently, some of her clients at the brothel used to harass her real bad. They'd even go so far as chasing her around the slums. Oh no, monkeypox! She wasn't a particularly tough girl, so it did a real number on her, psychologically and emotionally. But she told me as soon as she got out and it all stopped, the warts just went away. Poof! So my guess is sometimes people's emotional states have physical consequences. And you think the marks on this girl's face are the same thing? Yep. The Lord tortured her so bad, he busted her up mentally and emotionally on top of everything else. And that's what we're seeing with her face. I mean, I could be completely wrong, too. Well, we know the Lord did cut up her face and she doesn't remember, just doesn't remember. Or it could be something else entirely. Could be some kind of disease. Good point. Either way, there's no doubt she's been to hell and back. So, plan on at least 3 years of ice breaking if you want to get through to her. 3 years. Sounds about right. Try to watch yourself, though. You can have a bit of a short fuse sometimes. I will. Little does she know I've already snapped once. I should get going then. It's been one hell of a day. I'm beat. Get all the rest you need. I'll let you know if anything happens here. Thank you. Good night. Sleep tight. I don't wish to die for such worldly reasons. It is simply unacceptable for a saint of the Lord to look like some kind of terrible hellspawn. With every moment, I grow more impure. Is this another trial, O Father? You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin. So that's what he meant. I do rather resemble a witch. Not a servant of the Lord, but a disciple of the devil. No, I cannot cry. I must not lament of my own misfortune. I must not feel sorry for myself. My tears, a saint's tears, should only be shed for others. My darling little saint, instead of singing a lullaby, I will tell you a story. The story of the day you first graced this earth. On that day, I told the village a very important secret. That I was visited by an angel of the Lord. And that I was with child, though I had known no man. Eh? Yeah, pretty much. The other villagers mocked me, called me a liar and a madwoman. I'm pretty sure you were lying, but I did not relent, for it was the truth. Lying to your own child, can you believe this? And then, when you let out your first cry, rain clouds suddenly began to form in the sky, and the land was blessed with rain after many months of drought. The clouds, they were drawn here by your voice, my dear. A gift from your father, the Lord God. No longer did the villagers call me a liar. They believed in me, and they believed in you. I saved everyone? Yes, you did, my little saint. And you will continue to deliver people from their suffering. Did I deliver you too, Mother? Of course you did, my dear. I'm glad. You're the daughter of a charlatan. A virgin birth? Ha! A load of lies, every damned word. The rain? Nothing more than chance. If you really are the child of God, then perform a miracle for us. Pay that crude man no mind, my dear. I know you are the daughter of God, and that's what matters most. I can hardly believe there is those who are still not convinced. So, what are you waiting for? You can't do it, can you? You're a family of liars. Wait, Morgana? You mustn't get near that boorish blasphemer. Got something you want to say, kid? Well, go right ahead, I'm all ears. Miracles? Yeah? Miracles are neither magic nor parlor tricks. They are realized through the power of faith. What now? You have no place demanding God prove his own divinity. It is the height of arrogance. You have blasphemed. Repent of your sins. Ha! Trying to talk your way out of your lies now, are you? I'll admit, your charlatan mother trained you well. You put on a pretty convincing act, girl. You can't perform miracles. All you have are excuses and thinly veiled reasons why you won't. But until you own up, I won't stop spreading the real word that your mother is pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. Very well. I will perform a miracle. Oh, Morgana, you can't. Do not worry, Mother. I am the daughter of God, right? My father will not forsake me. So what kind of miracle are you going to perform for us? And just so you know, whatever you do, it better be convincing. No guessing the weather this time. Blood is impure, yes? What? That is why we drain some of our blood when we are sick, and why we remove the blood from animals before we eat them. Right? I don't know why the battery is low. So if I were to make blood pure and clean, would that be a miracle? Well, would it? Yeah, I guess it would. But that's impossible. You can't do it. Okay, then. Let us go visit the elderly woman on the village outskirts. Oh God, help us. Good afternoon, sister. How are you feeling today? If it isn't our beloved saint. How very kind of you to pay this old woman a visit. Please stay in bed. I know you are very ill. You must rest. Oh, heavens no. That would be dreadfully rude of me. The rain you brought 6 years ago saved my family's lives. Yeah, so Morgana's talking about this and she's 6 years old. I am more thankful than you can imagine. And I would like to show my gratitude. Look at this hag. Your goddamn memory is starting to go. If you are going to be disrespectful, then please wait outside. I do not want your profanity contaminating this sacred rite. Otherwise, stay quiet if you wish to see the miracle being performed. Oh, beautiful saint, please allow me to kiss your feet. Thank you, my sister. That will suffice. I am here to perform a miracle for you. For me? Yes. You have always believed in me, your faith never wavering. 6 years ago,
the whole village acknowledged me as the daughter of God. But as you can see, there are those whose faith is not as strong as yours. How terribly tragic. That it is, but fear not, for as long as there remain those with faith as strong as yours, a few unbelievers will not weaken my power. For faith is the path to salvation. Yes, it is. In celebration of your 6 years of unfaltering faith, I have decided to perform another miracle for you today. I ask you to do as I say, and know that I love you dearly. Of course. My beloved sister, partake of my blood.
Hey, did you hear the news? The old lady is back on her feet again. I ran into her down in the fields and about jumped out of my skin. Word going around town at where the saints work. I heard she made her drink her blood. Drink her blood? She's the daughter of God. Her blood ain't dirty like the rest of us. It got real power. I guess what they said is true. She really is the child of God. Yep, we got ourselves a real genuine saint here. Not many people can say that. No, there's no way. It's not possible. It can't be. There he is, the bastard who dare insult our saint. Get him. He'll put his head on a pike. Show everyone what happens when you disrespect our saint. Stop this at once. Our saint?
Please, let that man go. The Lord teaches us to be kind and forgiving of one another. It does not please him to see man fighting against man.
But he insulted you, our saint. He called you the daughter of a charlatan.
Everyone makes mistakes. I bear no grudge against him for a momentary lapse in judgment. I simply pray his eyes have been opened to the truth. I do not wish to see him punished. I forgive you. Thank you. Thank you.
I was wrong. You are a saint. Never again will I call you a liar. I am your faithful servant, my beloved saint.
Your devotion is truly honorable. I have returned, Mother. Welcome back, my dear saint. Everything will be fine now, Mother. The entire village acknowledges me as a saint. We need not worry about any unbelievers, and they will show you the respect you deserve as well as the mother of God's daughter. No one will ever call you a charlatan again, Mother. That's good to hear. Thank you, Morgana. It's still night? I'm thirsty. I'll go get some water. Mother's still awake? Who is she talking to? Herself? Oh God, what did I bring into this world? She scares me sometimes. When I look into her eyes, when I hear her voice, I feel like my soul is being sucked out of my body. She's a girl of barely 6 years, yet she terrifies me. I'm beginning to think she really does have some kind of strange power that allows her to manipulate, to control people. What I'm not sure of is whether or not it's truly a holy, power. Is she really a saint? My heart tells me she's something else. Oh, what horror have I wrought upon this earth? You know as well as I do, God, that nothing divine could possibly grow in my womb. Are you punishing me, God, for the sins I committed that night years ago with the vagrant? I'm dreaming. This is all a bad dream. Mother would never say such things about me. It's just a dream. Good morning, my darling little saint. Is something the matter? You look vexed. Mother, last night... Did something happen last night? No, nothing happened. Mother, I've always been a saint, right? From the day I was born. What's gotten into you, my dear? Of course, you are the daughter of God. Nothing will ever change that. Thank you. So it was all a dream. I should just forget all about it. Demon Lord Isekai? Oh, I should have had the little bloop go on for speaking a cutesy woo voice again. Sorry I missed that, Ichio-san. Hello, Ichio-san. All right, I'll start to speak in a cutesy voice. Let me get my timer. There we go. All right, let me take a sip first. Okay. I have something for you. I'm sure you'll love it. For your 6th birthday. It's not much, but will you wear it? What is it? It's a little brooch. You can use it with a shawl or a cloak. It's a butterfly. Butterflies are said to be God's messengers, so I thought it would fit you nicely, my dear. It's so pretty. Oh. I mustn't allow myself to be taken by shallow worldly beauty. I am not an ordinary little girl. Mother would be greatly disappointed in me if I were to behave like one. Thank you very much, Mother. Your gift means a great deal to me. Of course I will make use of it. You are quite welcome. It's hard to believe you're only 6 years old. What was that, Mother? Whoa, nothing. Before I forget, after what you did the other day, people have begun asking about having you perform miracles for them too. But you're still so young. I'm not sure it's wise for you to go around giving out blood to everyone who asks. No, it's fine. I will do it. It is my sacred duty as a saint to put those in need before myself. Even if it means cutting yourself up every day, I will accept the pain gladly. It is a symbol of the good work I do in my Father's name. I see. Well, you've made up your mind, it seems. So I'll support you in any way I can. Well, that ended perfectly with the timer. Oh my god. The Awu voice must run in the family. Yet another busy day. It's been 3 years, with no end in sight. We're starting to see more and more travelers from faraway lands. People have even set up trading posts in the village, yet not a single coin comes our way. We're losing money every day. Morgana? What is it, Mother? I must prepare for my next blessing. Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? Why would you even ask such a question, Mother? We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. It's not wrong to expect a little remuneration for our services. No, Mother, it is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles. So why should we, when I am only borrowing his power? Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. If not for the miracle itself, you still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain. I know you're concerned for me, Mother, and I appreciate it very much. But I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my Heavenly Father's power. A power you won't have much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed. I'm a saint, aren't I? Yes, you're my sweet little saint. God will not forsake his saint. No matter how difficult it may get, he will always provide me a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of that saint, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man. Then you must respect his will as well, Mother. It must be our highest priority. You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint. Mother? You agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother? Why? I mustn't let myself cry. I must always stay strong. I must endure his trials. My saintly grace must not waver. Father would be greatly disappointed in me. And then I would have nowhere to call home. My entire head is throbbing. What a wonderful way to start the day. I'd like to sleep in for another 6 or 12 hours, but I still have things to take care of after yesterday. First, down to the pub to talk to the gang. I drink way too much. Dear God. Ah, Jacopo! I need your help! I can't carry everyone out all by myself! All right, I'll drag them out onto the streets. Please don't shout, though. My head hurts enough as it is. Thank you! I said stop shouting! I guess I'll start with him. Morning, friends! Oh my god, what? He's just perky. He drank an entire bar's worth of alcohol and he's just perky as heck. No hangover. This guy is a monster. Oh, it's the big guy from last night! Name's Gratien. Try not to forget it, because you'll be seeing a lot of me. Which reminds me, I never got your name. I'm just a trifling little flower. My name isn't important, but if you would lend us a hand, that would be lovely. So she always yells. A hand with what? I'm just here for the booze. Haven't you had enough? Not even close. Well, Well, there isn't anything left, or did you forget the two of you last night drank the whole town dry? We're just gonna be a plain old restaurant for at least the next few days.
Oh, well, that's a crying shame.
And whose fault do you think that is?
How many more trips is this gonna take? They're all still out like rocks, Oh, I thought they erected a new wall there for a second, but it's just you. Just so we're clear, there wasn't any real resolution last night. You passed out first, which means since there wasn't any real resolution. Hey, top of the morning to you, Jacopo. Huh? And what a beautiful morning it is. You seem to be doing quite well. What happened to the aggressively competent, competitive Gratian from last night? I had you all wrong, Jacopo. What? I had you pegged for the stuck-up-your-ass rich boy kind of fella, but you drink like a real pro. The real measure of a man is how well he holds his booze. And you proved yourself. You're one hell of a man. Oh, sure. Shh, at least give me a hearty hell yeah, would you? Don't tell me I was wrong about being wrong about you. I'm just not at full capacity at the moment. It's taken me a little longer than normal to process. Anywho, point is, you got my seal of approval. We helped each other out back at the Lord Asswipe's manor, but now we're comrades, partners in crime. Hold up. What, you don't want to be partners? I never said that. You make it sound like you're planning on staying, though. I most certainly do. You are one of the Lord's slaves. You know, the slaves who incited the riot. It's not safe for you to stay here. If someone were to identify you, you'd be dead in... life's too short to quibble over shit like someone might be trying to kill you. It's hardly quibbling. There's a reason we had all the other slaves transported to different cities. Trust me, I know it ain't safe for me to stick around. But I want to be here when that whore's son finally gets what's coming. Like hell, I'm bailing before his head's on a pike. Okay then. As long as you're aware of the risks, that's your choice to make. And in that case, I'm glad to have you. The addition of such a valiant comrade should prove quite inspiring to the rest of the gang. Haha, you're damn right it will. You should have just said that to begin with. Skip all the not safe nonsense. Besides, everything you said just applies the same to you. As far as anyone in that manner is concerned, you're a slave as much as me. And your infiltration job didn't exactly have you lying low. They'll recognize you. Fair enough. I haven't heard of any wanted posters going up yet, but you're right. It's best to remain cautious for now. Though as long as we keep to the slums, we should be relatively safe for the time being. As amusing a thought as that is, we're safer in this lawless dump than a city proper. Indeed, but the gang has eyes and ears covering the entire district. If someone who doesn't belong shows up, word will spread quickly. So if the Lord's guards try to slip in, their cover will be blown just like that, huh? Precisely. Which isn't to say it's a good part of town, of course. We have more than our fair share of hooligans. You just have to be able to protect yourself. Which I doubt will be an issue for you. Hell yeah, bring on the pickpockets. I'll rob every last one of them blind, maybe even literally. I'm glad he's on our side. Well, you're gonna be staying here. If you're gonna be staying here, I should probably show you more than just our pub of choice. You'll need to find work as well. Not that that should prove any trouble. With your muscle, you can choose pretty much anything. A bodyguard, a carpenter, a metal worker, whatever you like. But first... Could I ask you to help me get these dolts outside? Aye, where do you want me to toss them? Be gentle with them if you would. They are ours for what it's worth.
Good lord. Between cleaning up at the pub and showing Gratienne around town, there goes most of my day. The brothel's probably open by now. Through the back entrance it is. Hey, anyone home? No one? Not even the girl? Don't tell me she went out wandering in her condition. Oh, hey there, Jacopo. Perfect timing. Maria, the girl, where did she go? Huh? She was here last I checked. Last you checked? You're supposed to be looking after her. Anyway, help me look for her. Yeah, I don't think that'll, excuse me? Turn around. Where have you been? I didn't even sense her approaching. I swear, she just appeared there like a ghost. And where did you get those clothes? Oh yeah, we were digging around in the dressing room and found it there. I wanted to get into something a little cuter, but she insisted on that. I didn't even know we had clothes that bland here. Girls come and go, though, so it probably belonged to someone who's not around anymore. Still, I'm shocked anyone who worked here ever wore such a boner killer. Oh my god. It's a cloak for pilgrimages. Huh? An outfit someone wears while on a pilgrimage. This is far, far more beautiful than any of those filthy horror rags. Oh, a pilgrimage, huh? I never would have guessed we had a girl who was into that. Yet she abandoned her spiritual journey and entered into this den of sinners. I guess? Nevertheless, I am glad there was clothing suitable for me to wear. Yeah, talk about luck. Anyway, I've got an appointment. I'll be back. What? Hey, Maria! I get that she's difficult, but you didn't have to ditch me, damn it. It is a rather plain outfit, though, all black and brown. She'd probably blend in quite well with the darkness. Which would explain why I couldn't find her when I got here. Why are you staring at me? It's banter time, like the title. Well, I'm glad you found something you could wear with your brooch. Also, God, keeping a conversation going with her is like pulling teeth. Yeah, you look like you're doing a lot better than yesterday. Much more color in your cheeks. As if you can tell the difference beneath all these scars. It's an expression. I'm just saying you look much better. You could barely even sit up yesterday. You're recovering impressively quickly. I imagine it won't be long before you're back at full capacity. Yesterday, What about yesterday? Thank you for rescuing me. What? Right, that. No, don't mention it. It was nothing, really. That's not what you said last night. Oh, come on, just let me be humble, would you? Anyway, I wasn't expecting that. I was readying myself for another argument. I also wasn't sure how much of what happened you even remembered with how hysterical you got. I was not hysterical. My arm begs to... My mind was clear almost the whole time. I remember everything. First, a slave, you, saved my life from the wicked lord. I'm not actually a slave, but details. You took me by the arm, put me on your back, and fled from the lord's manor. That I did. I was a little hazy for some of the trip, but by the time you reached the poor quarter, my mind had cleared up almost entirely. What? My consciousness had returned by that point. Oh? You brought me to this brothel, and yes, at first I was frightened because I believe you meant to have me become a whore. But that is the one and only instance of me last night you could describe as hysterical. I remember everything quite well, thank you. Oh, okay then. Fair enough. You're right. I can't tell if she's sincere or just trying to convince herself, but she seems unusually repulsed by the idea of her losing her cool. She's not entirely right, but she's not entirely wrong either, so I'll let her have this one. Yeah, but then... Dude, 1,000 years from now, she's gonna think this is the objective truth. In any event, you've recovered well enough to hold a conversation, which is great to see. What? What do you mean to do with me now? Better question, what do you want to do? Alright, well, Here's an idea. If you don't have anything, you can stay here until you're all the way back on your feet. Maria's already set aside that room for you. You want me to stay in this vile gathering place of sinners? You do realize who you're talking about, right? Those vile sinners are the ones who took you in, who agreed to look after you. They're no different than you or me, just doing what they must to get by. I am not like them. You're right, they don't look down on others for their line of work. At the very least, try to keep your callous prejudice against prostitutes to yourself when they're around, would you? Why? It is my sacred duty to spread the word of God. Indulging in carnal pleasure is a sin, no matter the reason. Prostitutes are filthy, tainted women. Jeez, did all the blood the Lord took cause your damn heart to shrivel up? In what world is it reasonable for you to go up to women offering you sanctuary and call them to their faces sinners? Show them some gratitude, damn it! You are the one who brought me here. I never asked them to do anything for me. He's gonna snap. Oh, fine, whatever. If you're that opposed to staying here, then go. Get the hell out. You don't deserve their hospitality. Go off and preach the word of God and call everyone sinners. I expect someone will find you dead on the side of the road in less than a fortnight. Very well. Thank you for yesterday. And farewell. Wait! Wait. Yes. Are you insane? You're not supposed to actually go. You're the one who told me to leave. Off to a great start with that 3 years of ice breaking, Jacopo. She's been through hell, you know that. I'm sorry. I take everything back. That was extremely childish of me. So please reconsider. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing I chased you out. You cannot seem to make up your mind, can you? It was a heat of the moment thing. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I don't actually want you to leave. Good lord. Oh, right, the ointment. Did you apply it like I told you to? No. Really? Well, in that case, I'll do it now. You'd need help with your back either way. You're a very curious man. Huh? Why did you say that? No reason. I'm simply saying the first thing that came to mind. Don't tell me you think I have unscrupulous tastes like Maria seems to believe. Let me make this perfectly clear. I will not lay a finger on you. You're just a child, for God's sake. Now sit down. Well, look at that. I thought I'd have to fight her on this. Is something the matter? I never told you to undress. Were you wanting to apply the ointment onto my clothes, then? Good point. That wouldn't help very much, would it? God damn it, Jacopo, calm the hell down. Are you trying to make yourself look like a liar? She just caught me off guard, that's all. The girl quietly disrobed and knelt down. She had been naked when I saved her from the Lord, so it wasn't like this was my first time seeing her unclothed. But that was in the middle of a revolt. I didn't exactly have time to get a good look. She was almost frighteningly scrawny, her arms barely any bigger than the bones within. Her skin was so pale I could see blue veins running beneath it. And then, of course, there was the crisscrossing web of scars. Each one stood out clearly against her pale skin. The scars covered her whole body, front and back. I could hardly find a patch of skin that hadn't been desecrated. Looking at her, I was gripped with a mix of burning rage and bitter sadness, neither of which I had a source of relief for. But the most upsetting thing was how she just sat there, exposed, completely emotionless. Quite a change from how she behaved last night. Today, I'm the one doing all the shouting. Almost feels like I'm looking at a lifeless puppet. I scooped some of the ointment with my fingers and gently rubbed it across her wounded flesh. Every time my hand made contact, she shuddered, but she never recoiled or objected. Though it felt less like she was willingly accepting my aid, and more like she was simply enduring, waiting for it to be over. It was almost silent in the room, save for the cries and moaning that made its way through the walls. Sitting naked in a brothel while a strange man rubbed medicine on her, I could only imagine how unpleasant that must be, considering how devout she seemed to be. She was probably doing everything in her power to cut herself off from the whole experience. I wondered if perhaps she might one day come to realize that we were not trying to insult or demean her, and that we were simply concerned for her, that we wanted to give her a place she could feel safe. So is this all the Lord's doing? You don't have to answer if you're not comfortable. Except for my arms, yes. Someone else did your arms then? No, I cut them myself. I thought suicide was a sin? Is self-mutilation allowed then? I'm not sure what the rules are on that are. You have a lot to live for. And that was about the extent of our conversation as I applied the ointment. I couldn't come up with any small talk, and I didn't really want to press any further about her scars or her time with the Lord. So I quietly worked, and she quietly let me do my work. By the time it was all over, I was exhausted. It felt like it had taken more out of me than the couple of hours I spent dragging unconscious drunks from the pub. When I told her that I was finished, she let out a sigh of relief, the first sign of emotion I'd seen from her since we began. Thank you. Oh, wait, we're not quite done. Still have to take care of your face. No, I'm fine, thank you. I beg to differ. If anything, you should be the most concerned about your face. Now come on, look at me. Do I have to? Well, yeah. It'd be kind of silly to do everything but your face. I can do it myself. Uh-huh, sure, yeah, not happening. I'm gonna finish what I started. Why can't I do it myself? Because my gut tells me you'll just slap a little on and call it done. I want to make sure it's taken care of properly. So look at me. Show me your face. Fine. Ah, why is this so pretty? It was bizarre how she had so little hesitation exposing her naked body, yet vehemently resisted letting me see her face. With anyone else I knew, it would be the other way around. Why'd they have to make this look so nice? Sorry, the art's just so good, I'm like staring. The wounds on her face seemed to hold much more significance to her than those on the rest of her body. When she asked me to kill her yesterday, it was immediately after seeing herself in the mirror. But if the marks on her face were that upsetting, wouldn't she want them to heal? So why was she fighting me about it? Did she have some other reason to hide her face from me? Whatever it was that drove her actions, I couldn't make any sense of it. Let me know if it stings. Relax, I won't bite. Oh my god, her fingers. Ah! You weren't this tense when I was applying the ointment to the rest of you. Just get it over with. Alright, alright. You know, I just realized I don't know your name. Would you mind telling me? No? You won't tell me? Well, in that case, I'll just have to come up with something to call you myself. I'm serious. I'll pick the first thing that comes to mind. There's still time. You just have to tell me your name. Okay, then. You had your chance. Allison it is, because you bite just like an alley cat. I'll tell the girls here to call you that too. Please don't. Oh, finally, you speak. If you're not happy with the name, tell me what to call you. You have until the count of 3, and then you're Allison for good. 1, 2, 3. Isn't your real name, isn't your whole name, is it? So you're, I can understand being a little embarrassed about that. It's not my place to talk, I know, but I don't mean any ill will, but that's very, unfortunate name you were given. That's not my name. It's Morgana. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? It's a nice name. Morgana. I like it. Also, it reminds me of my homeland. Your homeland? Yeah. I mean, I hardly remember anything about my childhood anymore. I couldn't even tell you the name of the country. But I have these vague memories of how the language sounded. Italy, right? It was Italy? And your name. It doesn't sound like a name native to these parts. Sounds like something that would fit right in with those memories of my homeland. I'd wager a guess that you probably come from the same part of the world as me. Italians! No. Jacopo Morgana! No, I'm just kidding. If you go back far enough, you might even find we share ancestors. Who knows? How do you like that? Feeling a little sense of kinship? The thought very much displeases me. Oh! Oh, take that! Well, okay then. Be a grouch. I'll let it slide, though. Getting your name out of you put me in a good mood. It's nice to formally make your acquaintance, Morgana. My name's Jacopo. Hey, Morgana. One day, I'll show you the world. What? There's so much more out there than this tiny little corner of Earth we're rotating away in. More than you can possibly imagine. I'm gonna go out into the world, experience true freedom, and I'm going to bring you with me. So try to stay positive. Once you see for yourself how much bigger the world out there is, how much different every region and its people are, it might change your perspective on things a bit. It might even help you forget some of the crap you've been through. No! This is so sad! Knowing what's gonna happen. It's like so warm and sweet, but also bitter because you know what's gonna happen. Ah! Alright, now I'm done. That ended up taking pretty much all the ointment. I'll have to go buy some more. Well, I should probably get going. Will you be alright on your own? I would much prefer it, in fact. Alright. Sorry to be such a nuisance. See you again tomorrow. My whole body is all slimy. After the slave man left, I retreated to a corner of the room, sat down, and pulled my knees up to my chest. Through the walls, I could hear men and women sinning, so I plugged my ears in an attempt to block out the vile noise. It was filthy here. And if I remained in this place too long, it would probably taint my soul. I needed to get out as soon as possible, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. My body refused to cooperate. Just thinking about going out there into the slums, all alone, sent uncontrollable shivers down my spine. I was the daughter of God. What did I have to fear? Maybe I should just dock only my left Joy-Con until I need it. Because all I need is the right Joy-Con to progress the text, so let me try that. I was the daughter of God. What did I have to fear? Such worldly emotions were unbefitting a saint. I was pitiful, pathetic, and I hated it. I have nothing to fear. God will always lead his saint to where he needs her most. And as long as I continue performing miracles, people will acknowledge me as the true daughter of God. I have nothing to fear. You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin. Will they, though? Will anyone look at me and see a saint? I can hardly see a saint in this face. The Lord and his guests, with their revulsion, their fear, that was the appropriate reaction. I was repulsive, not something to be welcomed with open arms. Saints and angels were always spoken of as beautiful, while demons and witches were spoken of as hideous. Any miracles I performed would be seen as the work of the devil, not God. But it didn't matter. It was my sacred duty to offer a helping hand to anyone in need, no matter how much persecution I suffered for it. My heart was resolute, but my head is all muddled. I can't stand this. One day, I'll show you the world. And thinking about the slave man only made an even bigger mess inside my head. It wasn't all unpleasant, though. He didn't push me away because of how I looked. He treated me like an ordinary girl, not a witch, and not a saint either. And besides, I was being disrespectful. I know that. He was well within his rights to be angry. He could have let me go, but he didn't. He got angry, but he told me to stay. Put ointment on me. Smiled, even. A very curious man indeed. And then there was what he had said about his homeland. Just because my name reminded him of where he came from didn't mean I came from there as well. Never mind that nonsense about us sharing ancestors. I had no bloodline to trace back. My mother had conceived me without knowing man, and my father resided in the heavens above, the Lord God. The very idea that we shared blood was absurd. And yet, what if somewhere on this earth there are people who share my blood? Who feel what I do, who think what I think, who see the same world as me, who see the world the same as me. What if somewhere like that really does exist? That would be so very... Yeah, you don't want to be lonely, Morgana, and time flows ever onward, carrying them 2.5 years forward. So we're skipping 2.5 years? I wanted to see more of their banter. I wanted to see more of the 2 years where they banter and have fun and slowly melt the ice. But I guess we're drifting 2.5 years forward. There she is. An early summer breeze blew past, rustling vivid green leaves. With the pleasantly warm wind at my back, I entered a graveyard. Anyone who wasn't from around here would probably have thought it nothing more than a curious arrangement of stones on an abandoned plot of land, though. No one knew the names of most of those buried here, and they probably died without anyone by their sides. In death, though, they finally found themselves with someone to give them attention, to show them love. Love in the form of a prayer for the repose of their souls. And on this abandoned plot of land knelt its de facto caretaker, a young girl, and the only person who paid the dead who lay here any mind. So that was her work that she continued on while she was at the brothel. She's too deep in prayer. I guess I'll have to wait. It had been a little under 2.5 years since I had rescued Morgana from the Lord's manor. Much to my chagrin, she was still far from anything that could be described as opening up, but she wasn't quite as distant as before, from my perspective at least. She had stopped calling the girls at the brothel vile and impure. She was even somewhat conversational. Sometimes. It seemed to me her trauma had loosened its grip on her, if only a little. Of course, she had a tendency to be on the brutally blunt side, which became more obvious as she started talking more. And I felt like the brutal part was getting more prominent every day. Though I suppose it was a good sign. Better than her refusing to interact at all, at least. Probably. She had also, most notably, begun showing signs of independence. Burying and sending off the dead, who had no family or loved ones to do it for them, was one such activity she had taken on. Living in the slums, it was hardly uncommon to see corpses abandoned in alleyways or on the side of the road. Generally speaking, they would be tossed off into a ditch somewhere out of the way to rot. But over the past couple years that had stopped happening, because Morgana had taken it on herself to give them proper burials and a gravestone. Nothing fancy, just a plain slab of rock to mark the grave, but it certainly seemed much more respectable than the alternative. Every day, she came out to the graveyard to pray for the departed. She had always seemed a bit abnormally pious, but there was something almost frightening about her dedication to the task. She was only 9 years old at the time of the slave revolt, which made her 11 now, and rather than play with other children her age, she collected abandoned corpses in the slums and brought them here to bury and pray for. Abnormal didn't even begin to describe it. Some time ago I asked her, "Why don't you go out and play like the other children?" To which she calmly responded, "I could not possibly waste my time idly engaging in worldly recreation." I knew that God was the most important figure in her life, but it still seemed excessive. Not even a convent was that draconian. I made numerous attempts to warm her up, but they all fell flat. Nothing I said seemed to make it through the heavy wall she had built around herself. And that was how Morgana acted around me and the girls at the brothel, those closest to her. The rest of the town could hardly get within shouting distance before being shut out. Although it wasn't like they tried, either. Most everyone else actively distanced themselves from her. On some level, they appreciated her taking care of the bodies that showed up, but ultimately, she was little more than a spider that captured more dangerous insects begrudgingly left to its own devices. Hardly anyone found her pleasant, and they didn't hide it either. But not just because of her choice in hobbies. The biggest factor was, of course, "May your soul find eternal peace," the disquieting marks covering her face. "You all done?" "I didn't realize you were there." "Been here for a little while now. You should really pay more attention to your surroundings. This isn't exactly the safest area." "Why bother? No one is going to do anything to me." "Maybe not now, but if you're used down the line, that's a whole nother story. You should get in the habit early. You're a growing girl, and your face could very well be better by then, too. Never mind the fact that there are people out there who will take anything as long as it's got girl parts. What if one of them decides to target you?" "Appalling." "Aren't they? Which is why you should be a little more careful." "You are an appalling man." "Why am I appalling?" "Because the thought crossed your mind." It did not. I'm just saying there are people out there who think like that, and you need to look out for yourself." "The fact that you would say that at all is appalling." "I'm just looking out for you." "Oh Lord, may the sinful man be cast down to hell where he belongs." "Jeez, you know no mercy, do you?" "I feel like you treat those corpses nicer than you do me." "You'd be correct." See, the banter, it's here. "If you want me to be nice to you, go die." "You treat those corpses nicer than me." "You'd be correct. If you want me to be nice to you, die." The girl has got no mercy. "Anyway, if you're done praying, get over here. It's ointment time." "How many times must I tell you you're wasting your time?" "Don't be such a pessimist. Rome wasn't built in a day. And there are still other ointments we haven't tried." "I'm not being pessimistic, Then unless you want to stay looking like that, what do you have to lose? Now come on, off with the hood." "You are a very stubborn man." "Pot, kettle." "Call me whatever you want. Nothing you can say will bother me in the slightest." "I loathe you." "What?" "You were saying." And she's smiling. Oh my god, they're so good. You're kidding, right?
Partially.
She's still smiling. You little... I thought you were going to apply the ointment. What are you waiting for? I sighed and gave her a little glower, then scooped up some ointment with my fingers. Morgana angled her face toward the floor, closed her eyes, and waited for me to begin. There was an element within the gang that gave me flack for all this time I spent looking after and caring for Morgana. Well, it was mostly just Gratienne, actually. If I were you, I would have tossed that ungrateful brat out on her ass years ago, so I guess Gratienne's still around. Would be another story if she were a looker, of course. And to a degree, I understood where he was coming from. I certainly would have appreciated a little gratitude. On the other hand, all the time I spent with her, even if it was largely being verbally abused, allowed me to notice the more subtle changes in her mannerisms. And seeing that growth, however small, was one of the things that motivated me to keep at it. For example, a year ago, whenever I went to make physical contact with her, I would have to verbally reassure her I had no intention of doing her any harm, or she was likely to start shouting. And even if she didn't, she would sit there the whole time I applied ointment, incredibly stiff. Now she was more relaxed. I could even sense a sort of trust emanating from within her as my fingers rubbed against her skin. It wasn't my imagination. At least I didn't think it was. It was something only perceptible through the act of making direct physical contact. That said, she is still borderline inscrutable. As I massaged the ointment into her skin, I traced the outline of her face with the flat of my thumb. The vast majority of her face was discolored, and in places, patches had festered and fallen off. The skin at the corners of her lips shriveled and curled up, which I could only imagine was fairly painful. It was rough and uneven, hardly a pleasant sensation, and a far cry from the clean, smooth skin most girls her age would have. Maybe she's right. You'd think it would show some sign of healing by now if it were ever going to. Despite my constant insistence that she stay optimistic, it was probably me who was most disappointed, most frustrated at the complete lack of improvement. The ointment wasn't cheap, to be sure, but I didn't give a damn about the money. It was the sense of hopelessness that got me, that it was all for nothing. Back when we first took her in, Maria had suggested the marks on Morgana's face might be a manifestation of something psychological or emotional, and I was beginning to think she was right. That wasn't going to stop me from trying, though. This wasn't the only thing I could think of to do for her. This was the only thing I could think of to do for her. I wonder what she'll look like when she's all healed. Maybe she'll smile for once. I'd like to see that someday. Hello? Is anyone in there? You need something? Oh, sorry, I got lost in my thoughts. I didn't realize I'd stopped. Lost in your thoughts? That sounds positively dreadful. What's that supposed to mean? I was just thinking about what? Never mind. Finishing that's just begging for another round of derision. That's not why I wanted to get your attention either way. What happened there? Where? Your arm. It's cut. Morgana pointed to a gash peeking out from beneath my sleeve. It wasn't a very deep wound. It was hardly a mere scratch either. Oh, yeah, that's, I decidedly do not know. It's not important. Don't worry about it. Use that on yourself. Huh? The ointment! Stop wasting it on my face, which is never going to heal, and use it on yourself. No need to get so worked up about it, Morgana. I am not worked up. I am simply expressing my discontent at your foolishness. Which I'm pretty sure is the definition of being worked up. Regardless, do not use any more ointment on me. Use it on yourself, which I'm sure it will appreciate actually being useful for once. Last I checked, medicine doesn't have feelings. Really, it's not that bad. And besides, I'm only gonna get more, so what's the difference? You're going to get more? And what are you gonna do? And what are you doing that would make you say that? Yeah, I'm, too sinful to admit. You're an abhorrent man. No, I swear it's nothing bad. You win, I'll tell you. I was hoping to keep it a secret. I'm, doing a little training. Training? Yeah, crime and unrest has been on the rise in the slums. Or, well, not just the slums, the city proper, too. Things are quiet for a while after the slave revolt, but the Lord suddenly imposed a major tax increase about 6 months ago, which has resulted in a significant number of people unable to afford living in the city. To put it simply, the Iron Fist is squeezing even tighter than ever. And as a result, there's been a huge influx of people into the slums. You know how tight things are already, don't you? What do you suppose happens when you have limited resources and space, and suddenly twice as many people vying for their share? People have started trying to stake out their territory, and they're fighting hard to defend it. People are mugging and robbing each other over scraps. It's a mess. I had no idea. Not many thieves pick makeshift graveyards as their mocks, after all. Though in this case, I actually think your being so isolated is probably to your benefit. But in any event, me and the rest of the gang have formed a band of peacekeepers of sorts. Peacekeepers? Is that not the city guard's job? The gods have never given a damn about the slums. Why waste manpower on people who can't even pay their taxes? As far as the Lord and his men are concerned, we're just leeching off his land. We're damn lucky he doesn't make an active effort to chase us all out. That means it's our responsibility to protect ourselves. I see. So you're training to use a sword as a part of this band of peacekeepers. In short, yeah. Interesting. Interesting? In what way? Oh, she got close. Give me the ointment. Oh, she's gonna apply it to him. Huh? I'm not done with you. What's even left? You've done more than enough. Now give it to me. Here. Roll up your sleeve. You're not gonna put it on me, are you? Like I said, I don't need... How many times have I told you the exact same thing? And how many times have you listened to me? This is payback for all the times you've refused to listen to me. You can't argue with that, can you? No, I guess I can't. What are you smirking about? Nothing. Try to keep this sort of thing to a minimum, if you would. Huh? Why would I want to limit my training time? I need to be prepared for whatever might come our way. That madman of a lord could be scheming to send his soldiers in as we speak. I'm sure there are others more suited for the job. You don't seem like you would be especially adept with a blade. Hey, don't judge my skill by appearance. I'll have you know I'm the second strongest member of the gang. Oh, yes, that's very reassuring. You're on fire today, huh? Since you seem to have forgotten, I put up a damn decent fight against the Lord during the... God, what the hell is wrong with me? Why am I digging up some of our most painful memories for a cheap brag? Anyway, you get the idea. I'm pretty good with a sword, so you don't need to worry about me. I see. And out of curiosity, who's the strongest member? Excuse me? Why would she ask me to my face to give her a name of the one man stronger than me? It's not a difficult question. Ch. Some asshole named Gratien. Interesting. Well, I hope he remains number 1, and you stay number 2 forever. And why exactly would you want that? The whole reason I'm training so hard is so I can surpass Gratien, and she wants me to stay below him? Unbelievable. I get it. It's easier for you to look down on me if there's someone who can put me in my place for you. That isn't why. No? Well then, mind telling me why? The strongest member of a group is the one who stands on the front lines. What's your point? The most qualified person heads the charge. Yes, I don't see anything wrong with that. It puts them at greater risk. Wait, are you concerned for my safety? It's not you I'm concerned about. Your death will simply make life more difficult for the girls at the brothel. Well, would you look at that? You worried about me. I guess even you have a soft spot or two. Oh, for heaven's sakes. I already told you. That's not why I'm all done. Thanks. Now, I assume you're finished with your business here, so feel free to make yourself scarce. No need to be so rude. Or do you have some ulterior motive for wanting me gone? For one, it's impossible for the dead to rest in peace with you around. Maybe try thinking about the living first for once. I've never really cared for how much importance people put on showing respect for the dead. It all seems so pointless to me. Your blasphemy knows no ends, does it? When your time comes, you're gonna find yourself with no one to grieve over your loss. Oh my god! I mean, she's right, though! Holy fuck! Prophetic Morgana! Fine with me. It's not gonna be fine with you. People are only worth their salt when they're alive. And what about the afterlife? Who's got time to think about the next life when you live in an overcrowded slum where someone might kill you one day for a couple of coins? All the more reason to take it into consideration. The consequences of one's actions in life on the next should serve to encourage us to always do what is right. Not sure I buy that. I'm done with this conversation. I don't think there's any getting through that thick skull of yours. If I offended you, I apologize. I didn't mean to. Say, Morgana, would you mind humming that song you're so fond of for me? What? Where did that come from? I'm in a good mood today. And what better way to improve a good day than with good music? I do not follow that line of reasoning one bit. Why should I have to sing to make you feel better? What's the big deal? It doesn't hurt anyone. If you have even half a heart, you'll do this tiny little favor for me. Yes, because trying to manipulate me is a wonderful way to make me want to do anything for you. Okay, I'm sorry. That was mean of me. Please? That doesn't sound very sincere. But fine, I'll do it. Facing away from me, Morgana dropped to the grassy ground, staring off into the distance and beginning to hum. It wasn't a hymn or a requiem for the dead, but a folk song the girls at the brothel would sometimes sing. No one seemed to know who had written it, though. The lyrics were slightly vulgar, and people were supposed to clap and hoot along with the music, but Morgana only hummed the melody, leaving the rest of that out. In isolation, and sung with her voice, it became a thing of beauty. It was pure, untainted by the filthiness of the slums, unobscured by the crudeness of the people who normally sang it. In many ways, it was hard to believe they were the same song. This felt like it was hers, like it existed solely to be heard in her voice. I can't make my voice as pretty as Morgana's. Listening to her sing, I sprawled out on the grass. This is as good as both of your lives are ever gonna get, so you better enjoy it. The blue sky spread out above me as far as the eye could see, and as I gazed up into it, all my problems seemed to fade away. This is the best you're gonna feel in your damn life, Jacopo. You better enjoy it. That I lived in a dirty slum. That the Lord was digging his claws even deeper into the city. That I was in the middle of a makeshift graveyard for those who had no one else. It all just disappeared. I felt almost as though I had ascended to heaven. The first time I heard Morgana sing was, if memory served, approximately a year earlier. At the time, she was still completely walled off, much like she had been when I first brought her to the slums. She always kept her eyes on her feet and spoke in a soft voice, frequently pausing. She was wary of everyone, including me. One day, I went to put ointment on her face, and she shouted, roared practically for me not to touch her. To be honest, it was somewhat aggravating. Another, I asked her about her father, and she just pointed up at the sky and saying, he's up there, which I took to mean he was dead, so I dropped the subject and got back to applying ointment on her. She meant to say it was God. Cece! Cece, thank you for lurking. At some point, I started humming the song, which I had picked up from the girls. And upon hearing that, she told me she was quite fond of it. And then she began singing. Immediately, I found myself entranced by her voice. Though she always spoke in soft, muffled tones, her singing voice was incredibly clear, like I was listening to a chorus of angels. Of course, the moment I put that thought into words, it'll lose all its potency. It'll just turn into some loser's cheap pickup line. It really is something, though. If she told me her voice could raise the dead, I would be inclined to believe it. It's just that beautiful. While it was true Morgana could be difficult and wasn't the most affable, I knew that, at heart, she was a sensitive and compassionate girl. That she would come to this graveyard every day and pray for peace for all the forgotten souls was more than enough proof of that. Though she surrounded herself with high walls, she was probably the most kindest, most loving person I knew. And that was what drew me to her. It didn't matter what anyone said about her, how quick they were to judge her as ugly or standoffish. I knew they were all wrong. It would be wonderful if I could just spend the rest of my days listening to her sing. Ah! I'm ruining the singing, but Are you asleep? I'm awake. I was just resting my eyes. Oh. And I was about to accuse you of being boorish for having the audacity to ask me to sing and then fall asleep. The fact that you were almost upset seems to suggest you want to be heard, despite how much you protested it. No, I simply... Oh, I've got the perfect idea. We can build a makeshift stage at the pub and have you sing for everyone. What? Don't worry, it'll be fine. You can wear a mask if you don't want anyone to see your face. You don't, the masked singer, here we go. You don't even have to get on stage if you'd rather not. You can just sing from behind a curtain. Who knows, you could end up being a big hit. Come on, come all, hear the soothing song of the enigmatic siren. Absolutely not. No, I think it's a pretty good idea myself. Got that capitalistic mind going on those cogs already in the Middle Ages. Oh, is it because you don't like taking other people's money? I wasn't planning on charging. I just thought it'd be nice if more people could hear. As I already said, absolutely not. And if you push the issue any further, I'll never sing for you again. Noted. Forget I said anything. Seemed like a good opportunity to get her interacting with more people, but I guess not. Such a pretty voice is wasted on just me. What? You look like you have something else to say. Nope, not a thing. Well, I'm not gonna force her if she's opposed to it. Say, Morgana, there's something I've been wondering for a while now. You've never actually called me by my name, have you? I've noticed that. And where did that come from? I've just been thinking about it, and I can't recall a single time you've done it in more than the 2 years we've known each other. Don't tell me you've forgotten my name. Are you kidding me? I knew she forgot his name. I knew it. I remember it, yes. I don't like that emphasis on remember. Is it really that big of a deal? Okay, this makes perfect sense. I was like, how in the... Oh, Enrique, hello! So, I guess this makes sense now that she forgot Jacopo's name, which is why when Jacopo shows up in his next life, she doesn't recognize him as the slave boy, quote unquote, because she forgot his name, and then she conflated the two when Jacopo became Barnier. This makes more sense. I'm doing good, Enrique. What's up with you? There's rarely ever anyone else around, so it's not like you don't know when I'm talking to you. Besides, I'm planning to leave when I get older, so I don't see much point in getting very attached to anyone. Do you have a destination in mind? Not yet. Why are you thinking so far ahead then? You're 11 years old. You've still got a few years before you're old enough to be independent. And you're going to spend that whole time keeping everyone at arm's length? I just think maybe it's about time you took down some of those walls. Might take a little weight off your shoulders in the process. I'm not going to say you have to, though. Anyway, I should head out. I've got work to do. Try not to stay out here too late, okay? I'll be leaving as soon as you're gone. I can walk you back then. I can make it back fine on my own, thank you. As you wish. Hey, Morgana? I thought you were leaving. One day, I'll show you the world. Do you ever get tired of saying that? You've got to think big. Dream. The world's changing all around us. A life just fighting to make it day by day is hardly a life at all. I don't want to spend the rest of my days confined to this tiny little corner of the world. Well, try not to let your dreams grow so big they crush you. Again, very prophetic. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll just have you sing for me if it ever gets to be overwhelming. Why would I be there? Why wouldn't you? It's hard to show you the world if I don't bring you with me. Knowing you still won't know where you want to go. I wonder how much different everything would be if that random bandit raid on the brothel never happened. Everything would be different. So I'll bring you with me. We can find a place for you together. Pretty good deal, huh? I don't need to see the world. All I want is... Huh? What was that? Nothing. Now I'm even more curious. It's nothing, really. Now go on, shoo. Fine, fine. See you later. Doesn't he ever get tired of chasing me down day after day? I thought as I watched him walk off. Quite honestly, I didn't understand that man one bit. Apparently, a lot of people respected him, and he seemed to have a fairly large social circle as well. I couldn't fathom why someone like him would go out of his way to spend time with me. It wasn't for lack of people to talk to, and it certainly wasn't because we got along. Never mind my face, which couldn't be pleasant for anyone to be subjected to for any amount of time. Would he go so far out of simple pity? Hopefully he doesn't have ulterior motives. You still think that way after 2 years? At long last, your face is healed. I spent enough money on you to build a house. And you're gonna pay me back tenfold. Now go forth, Morgana, work! Be the greatest whore this brothel has ever seen. He's probably not that devious. Enough foolish speculation. It's gonna start getting dark soon. I should head back. The brothel was always rather quiet at this time of day. The girls worked at night, so they were generally asleep while the sun was out. And it was my job to take care of cleaning, laundry, and preparing meals while they rested. When I first arrived here, everything seemed so filthy. And while I still felt that way to a degree, nights, when they were open for business, were still miserable. I wasn't quite so prejudiced against the girls themselves anymore. They were kind to me, treated me like a sister, or tried to, at least. I kept them at a distance, though. I didn't so overtly spurn them as I had before, but as the holy daughter of God, I could not form familial relationships with prostitutes. Well, didn't Jesus? I mean... I could not delight in being pampered by them. My unwillingness to open up probably disheartened them, but still, they did not throw me out or lash back at me for it. And no one made any remarks about my face. As prostitutes, they frequently caught all sorts of diseases. In my more than 2 years, several had even passed away. One had gotten hives all over her body, transforming from fairly pretty to absolutely hideous in only a few days' time. And they had seen considerably more than me, so they had no reason to comment on a girl with a little flesh missing from her face. Which wasn't to say everyone was sympathetic for me. I should get a fire started. I had taken care of most of the cleaning before leaving for the cemetery, so my next task was preparing food for the day. Supplies had been scant of late, which meant today I was making yet another watery vegetable soup. Oh, right, he mentioned crime was on the rise. That would explain the trouble getting supplies. And here I am, completely oblivious to what's going on outside. From time to time, I would catch one of the girls saying, often with an uncomfortable laugh, "She's still the same old Morgana." But personally, I felt as though I had changed quite a bit since arriving here. No longer being intrinsically disgusted by prostitutes was big enough, but even more significantly, how pathetic. I had become astutely aware of how much I was on the receiving end of others' generosity. Before coming here, the thought would have never even occurred to me. I was always the giver of generosity. The saint everyone, man, woman, and child alike, came to for help. I hadn't told anyone what I was, though, so I didn't get any of that special treatment. And perhaps that was part of what had allowed me to change. Of course, because I kept all that tightly locked up inside, the only thing people saw was an aloof little girl. Finally, the coal is lit. Now to add tinder. Knock, knock! What? Knock, knock, knock! Huh? What? Who's that? And who shouts knock, knock instead of knocking? Everyone else is asleep, so I can't just hope for someone else to deal with it. But someone's gonna wake up eventually if she keeps yelling. But everyone's exhausted and they need their rest. Knock, knock, knock! Oh, for heaven's sake, quiet down out there. Finally, someone. Ah! What are you screaming for? Are you okay? Huh? Why wouldn't I be? I'm rather more concerned about you myself. Your face! Look at your face! Right, my face. It's just... I heard they treated the girls good here. You can't be, what, maybe 10 years old? And look at you. Huh? Unbelievable. What kind of terrible man would boot a little girl like you and then boot his boot and give you all of his nasty diseases? Does she think I'm a prostitute? Hold on, please. You're jumping to conclusions. Don't you worry, I got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. No, that's not what... There's still hope. Tomorrow will be a better day. I'm not... Oh, is it not because of a disease then? Yes, thank you, finally. No one gave me any disease. You're being tortured! She was tortured, but... What? Now that I get a closer look at you, your hands are all torn up too. Do they really bust out the whip that often here? No one would... I can't believe my eyes! Who would do this to such a little girl? Excuse me. I'll have to give the man in charge a stern talking to. It's his job to protect his girls. Excuse me. Knock, knock, knock! Shut up and listen to me. Ouch! I didn't mean to do that. Oh, Father, I pray for your forgiveness, for I have disobeyed your teachings and raised my hand against my fellow man. Nothing for me who actually got kicked? Before you do anything, could you perhaps introduce yourself? That's what I get for jumping to conclusions. I've always had this super bad habit of letting my imagination run wild, you see. As soon as I saw you, I was like, dark, dank dungeons, a little girl hung upside down, buck naked, a big, smirking, shirtless man holding a cat of nine tails. The girl's screams echoing on the cold stone. Will she live to see another day? That sort of thing. It keeps going, too. Next, a dashing young man appears to rescue the girl, but he secretly... Shut your mouth for me, would you? Aye, aye. You're allowed to breathe. Ah! Okay, so, what was your name? Saren. Or Karen. Spelled Oh, Jaren? Jaren, spelled C-E-R-E-N. That's Je, like Jester, and Ran, like ransom. Jaren. Shut your mouth for me, would you? But you are allowed to breathe. God, it's way too early for this shit. What is it, like noon? 1? Should I have not let her in? Oh, yeah, you're fine. I've known we were getting a new girl for a few days now. Well, I sure wasn't expecting this. You don't have to keep your mouth shut permanently. If you have something to say, spit it out. So this is the part where I get fired before I even start? Tell me something, would you? Do you act like that around your clients? What? Is there something wrong with how I act? Moving on. Stand right there for me. And for the love of all that is holy, hold still. Yes. So, what you gonna do? Just hush and hold still. She's floating away. You're staring holes through me. Just a little more. Oh, you're getting real up close and personal there. Need to make sure you're up to par. Par with what? Is this necessary? Hello? All right, at ease. You pass, you're hired. Really? Sweet. So what was all that about? You gotta have an exam first, obviously. I see. I'll tell you this, though. If you weren't cute as all hell, I'd have thrown you right out on your ass. Oh, am I really that cute? You're making me blush. You realize that wasn't a compliment, right? Anyway, you start work tomorrow. Today, familiarize yourself with the rules and layout of the place. Aye, ma'am. Morgana, can I ask you to show her around? What? All right. Thanks a bunch. Much obliged. I'm already beginning to regret this. Talk about culture shock, though. I've never seen a place with a woman manager. Oh, yeah, I'm not the manager. Just an old hat. So where's the big boss hiding, then? No boss here, just us girls. What? You don't have a manager? Really? Nope. You'll find this is more like a community than anything. A bunch of girls with nowhere else to go who banded together and built the place up. And it's been going like that for more than a decade now. From what I've been told, it started just as a little shack. Didn't even have proper flooring. But by the time I showed up, the facilities were a little nicer. The roof still leaked like a bitch, though, and we didn't have nearly as many rooms set up as we do now. But we worked our tails off over the years, scrounging together the money and time to patch it up and grow it into what you see now. Huh, neato. Of course, not having someone specifically in charge of running the place does come with its own set of challenges. Does it? Sound like a pretty good deal to me. Everyone gets to do their own thing. It's not that simple, unfortunately. Makes it more difficult to iron things out with the community and other businesses when trouble arises. And of course, it means we have no one financing us. So every day's a struggle to make it to the next. Any day could be our last. It could all come crashing down. Toss out any illusions of job security. Not so neato. I'm still super duper impressed, though. Major props. You guys have made this one heck of a place for the slums. Yeah, I suppose. I'll take that, I guess. You don't sound very happy about it. Well, I mean, pretty much everyone who founded this place is dead now. It's one of the risks of the job. You work your ass off just to add another day and end up taking 3 off in the process. So once you've got enough to do whatever it is you need to do, you walk out that door and never come back. Got it? Whether you've got debt to pay off or friends or family who need a little extra money, once you're done, be done. You're not gonna ask what I need the money for. If a girl looks like trouble, I'll talk to her and have some guys look into it. But you don't strike me as the type. If you were up to no good, I feel like it'd be pretty obvious. Besides, I've been in this business long enough to know it's not at the top of most girls' dream drop lists. Most of us has been through some nasty shit and we don't come here to have other people digging around through it. Boss! Huh? Boss? What? You're sweet, thoughtful, and a heck of a boss, so I'm gonna call you boss. It's perfect! I thought I told you we don't have a boss here. Boss! Well, no harm in you taking a liking to me, I guess. Oh my gosh, this is like the third game I've streamed where like there's a woman named Boss. Anyway, I'm gonna go crash again. Morgana can answer any questions you've got. Aye aye! Also, any more hollering while I'm trying to sleep and I'll rip that pretty little head off your shoulders and shove it between your legs, got it? Yes, boss. All right, Morgana, lead the way. Sure. Before we go, though, I have a question. Are you incapable of speaking like a human being? What do you mean? Does it really require explanation? Ooh, I get it. We're friends now, so I don't have to talk so stiff-like. You call that stiff? Yeah, why? Though, to tell you the truth, I've kind of forgotten how to talk casual. Guess that's just what happens when everyone around you is a big cheese. I'm very respectful of my seniors, I'll have you know. This conversation is going nowhere, so let's go. Aye. So you got here a couple of years back. Neat. You gonna start working here once your face all clears up? I have no intention of becoming a prostitute, no. And Maria has already said she will respect that. Instead, I am tasked with other chores, such as cooking and cleaning, in order to earn my keep. Oh, huh. Maria's even more generous than I thought. Generous? Most places wouldn't look after a sick girl for that long, let alone give her a room of their own and buy her ointment. The ointment is his doing, technically speaking, but I suppose she's right. You're right. I've begun to feel the same way recently. Taking care of a few chores cannot possibly counterbalance the burden of my being here places on everyone else. They would surely all be better off without me. Well, that's not what I meant at all. Sure, maybe it doesn't balance out. They're letting you stay here out of the kindness of their hearts. But that doesn't mean you'd be better off elsewhere, that you're not pulling your weight. You've been here for all of what, an hour? How can you possibly know that? Just look at this place. It's better looking than a lot of places outside the slums. And it's you who's been keeping it so clean, Morgana. The last place I was at, it was dirtier than a bear's bunghole. But this is like heaven compared to that. Without you around, Morgana, the girls wouldn't be able to sleep so comfortably. Perhaps. Ah, are you blushing? You're blushing, aren't you? It's nothing to be ashamed of. You can even jump into my arms if you want. You know? You're incredibly obnoxious. My heart. For a second there, she almost had me feeling a little better about myself, but that went right out the window. So you came here a couple years back? That would have been right around when the Lord's slaves revolted, yeah? Yes, right about then. I wish I could have been there for it. I bet it was all sorts of crazy. You mean you weren't around when it happened? Nope. I wasn't in these parts till about a year or so ago. So I've only heard the stories. Back when the uprising happened, I wasn't even in this country. I was way, way far away. I see. So you only moved here recently then? Nah, I didn't move. I was kidnapped. What? I'm a bit of an airhead if you haven't noticed. One day I was just suddenly taken captive and then I got sold off. What? Really? Yep. She was taken captive and sold off. I didn't mishear her, did I? You talk about it like it's just a part of your daily routine. Well, it is the second time it's happened. It is? Okay, back to the tour then, shall we? What? That raises even more questions. Oh yeah, I've been thinking about what I want to call you, Morgana. What do you want to call me? Is that not what my name is for? Nickname! Step one of making friends, duh! So from now on, I'm gonna call you Morgs. M-O-R-G-S. And with a hard G, not a soft one, so there's no confusion. Not Morgs. Thank you. I would have never figured it out without your help. Morgs! Can you not call me that? It rather gets on my nerves. You can call me Jerry. You can't be serious. Good heavens, I cannot keep up with this girl. Anyway, that about covers it. All that's left to show you is the storeroom. Weren't we just there? Yes, but there's a second one. Below us. Below the floor? I made my way to the corner of the room, crouching down and pulling up on one of the floorboards. From beneath it appeared a staircase leading downward. Ooh, underground storage! Nice and cool to keep things fresh, too. This room serves a second purpose, though. Oh? It's also a shelter for us to hide in should any sort of trouble arise. Oh, huh. Fortunately, it has not yet been used for that purpose, but we're not in the safest area, so we must be prepared for anything. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Nice a place as this is, I guess it's still us in the slums. Indeed. Here's hoping we don't ever have to use it. You will in about 6 months, no. Indeed. So that's everything then? I've seen the whole place? Yes, that's everything. Or I suppose I should show you the kitchen as... What's up? I completely forgot I was trying to start a fire. I scrambled back to the kitchen, but as I had feared, it was far too late. The coals were long since dead. All that work for nothing. Looks like you've got a bit of an airheaded side too, Morix. And who do you think is to blame for that? It's all right, we can get it lit together. Together? This is all your responsibility. As the sun began to set and meal preparations were complete, the girls started to emerge from their rooms, a bustle forming in and around the kitchen. Some sluggishly rubbed the sleep from their eyes, while others complained about clients. Some took a moment for me to recognize in their casual clothes sans makeup. Off the job and being themselves, they looked less like prostitutes and more like just ordinary girls. There were around 10 girls who actually stayed at the brothel and another 10 or so who came in to work from outside. It was a fairly large-scale operation, at least to my eyes. Though there were a couple of other smaller brothels in the slums, this was the one everyone directed anyone interested to first. Girls with nowhere else to go stayed here, and Girls who did have a place to go back to stayed there. No one actually owned their own homes, though. They either lived with a man or shared a place with a few other girls. None of them had husbands or children. Supposedly, there were those who did in this line of work, but it was rather uncommon. I scooped out servings of soup from the cauldron sitting over the fire, dishing it out to the girls as they came by. No one gave me any unpleasant looks at the sight of my face. They said good morning and smiled. Just like any other day. Good morning at sunset. I whispered a greeting to each of them in turn, but given how noisy the kitchen was, it was unlikely any of them heard it. This is the nicest Morgana's life is ever gonna be. I can't. Oh boy, it sure is bouncing in here. I like me a place with some energy. I'm glad to hear that. It didn't take long for Jaren to start hitting it off with the other prostitutes. Her perky disposition was undeniably overdone, but everyone seemed to enjoy the positive attention she was giving them well enough. In almost no time at all, the girls were fawning over her. She's like a puppy. Once everyone had their food, they settled into their individual mealtime activities. The bland, watery soup was expectedly unpopular, even though everyone knew there was nothing that could be done about it. This, again, several of them murmured, to which Maria stood up and chastised them, saying, "You should be grateful you've got anything to eat at all." I know. And Morgana worked her butt off to make it for you. It's rude to complain. I'm sorry, really, I am. It ain't her cooking I'm complaining about. You know that, right? Don't you, Morgana? It doesn't bother me. And you're perfectly justified in being displeased. It's hardly nutritious enough to get you through the day. True enough, I guess. Would be great if we could get something with a little more oomph. Like a big old slab of meat. Whee! I love meat! Just thinking about it as we drooling. Meat! Bring on the meat! Save that drool for work, because that's the only meat you'll get here. Maria at it again. I wonder, maybe I can pretend this root-looking thing is meat and it'll actually taste like it. Meat! From the depths, I summon thee! Meat! Chomp, chomp. Nope, still not meat. No shit, genius. Meat. You don't like meat, Morgs? You don't like meat, Morgs? No, you won't grow up to be big and strong if you're such a picky eater. I'm not picky about what I eat, no. All sustenance is a gift from God to man. I would never refuse his. Well, is the meat not to your liking then, Saint? Oh no, that's the... Oh no. This is why. Hear that, slave? The saint says your brother tastes so bad it makes her retch. So she's hated meat ever since then because it reminds her of when Barnier forced her to eat raw human flesh. Her PTSD, no. You all right, Morgs? You're super pale. I'm just fine. It's been more than 2 years, and I still can't get that taste out of my mouth, no matter how hard I try to forget it. Sometimes when I'm awake, like just now, and sometimes as an awful nightmare. If you're not feeling good, maybe you should lay down. I'm fine, really. You sure? Maybe meat's out of the question, but some bread would sure be nice at least. God, yes, bread! Too bad supplies have been so scarce lately. It's all that damn Lord's fault. Not that a bunch of whores can do fuck all about it. Is the Lord really that bad of a guy? Oh, right, you haven't been here very long. You don't know what he's like. Yes, he is a terrible man. He oppresses his people and rejects the word of God. He is a cruel, heartless, barbaric madman. He deserves the strictest of judgments. So does everyone in the city hate him then? I doubt you will find a single person who thinks otherwise. Huh. Well, I hope he stops being the Lord soon then. What do you mean? I just mean it'd be nice if someone else could take over for him. Then he could just be a regular old guy. He wouldn't have to worry about running a city and stuff. Everyone wins! It would be nice, yes, but... Wouldn't it? Pretty dang brilliant, aren't I? Even I know it's not that simple, and I'm only 11. How would a bunch of slum dwellers even begin to instate a new lord? Does she even think before speaking? Well, damn, I was hoping to make it before breakfast time. Sorry about that, but I brought bread. Jacopo, bringer of the bread. Bread! Speak of the bloody devil! Here, toss it here! No, me first! Patience, please. You're acting like wild animals I haven't eaten in days. Look at you, Jacopo! You've got girls fawning all over you! Don't just watch, help! And it's not me they're after, it's the bread. Touché. That said, pretty sorry batch you got for us today. You could probably crack someone's head open with this. There's no hope for the world if we've fallen so far that the girls are tripping over each other to get their hands on this. Well, you could soak it in the vegetable soup, right? You want fresh, soft bread? Well, start saving your coins. And until then, this is the best we can get. Let it soak in the soup for a bit. That should soften it up some. That's what I'm saying, Jacopo. Though you should be grateful to have it at all. How much longer till I fall into a pile of money? Morgs! It's a man! There's a man here! I have eyes, thank you very much. Who is it? You know, oh, is he a client? No, he's not. He's more, how should I put it? Someone who doesn't know how to keep his nose out of other people's business. Excuse me, did your eyes fail to detect that I have ears? Eep, here he comes! Haven't seen you around here before. New girl? You first, mister, who are you? Since you came in through the back door, I'm guessing you work here? Something like that. Holy moly, I've never seen a male prostitute before! You! Me! Outside, now! Whoa! Talk about aggressive! Inter-office romance never ends well, you know. Marie'll get real mad if she finds out. The ship's sinking before it even leaves the port. Two prostitutes in the throes of forbidden love until one day an older client finds out and goes mad with rage. All of a sudden, there's a knife in his hand. He swings and... Maria, what the hell's wrong with this new girl? I've never seen anyone with this much air inside their head. That's Jaren. She joined today. She's a bit off in the head, but she's a nice girl. I'm sure you'll get on just fine. Nice to meet ya. Wait, does that mean we have the boss's approval? It's crazy enough that they're running this place themselves, but to allow... No, cheer on. A sinking ship. This place is out of this world. We just met 5 minutes ago, though. So how about we start as friends? Shut up and just listen to me for a second, Chatterbox. Until I say otherwise, you're not to speak another word. You will listen to every last word I say and carve it into that empty skull of yours. Understood? And there you have it. I assist with the brothel's operations, nothing more. I presume you've been told about how this place doesn't have a formal manager, so sometimes situations arise for which a man's presence is necessary. Yep. He may look like a scrawny dork, but he's actually surprisingly useful. Was that really necessary? Sorry, my bad slip of the tongue. Neato. So have you two known each other for a long time? You seem like you're pretty close. I was pretty much it was pretty much just the two of us fighting to survive for years. That's awesome! I love that kind of thing, together through thick and thin. Not too long ago, he and some other guys started up a band of peacekeepers, so he's been spending more of his time training up with them these days. That said, I guess it's not too bad knowing you've got someone we can throw troublemakers at if need be. Ooh, peacekeepers, sweet! You don't look like you'd put that much of a fight though, mister. You want to test that theory? Maria, you need to teach this girl some damn manners. We'll be drowning in complaints if she treats patrons like this. Ooh, I'll have you know, I butter my clients up so much that they're a big, slippery mess when I'm done with them. I'll be just fine, I promise. Oh, I bet they get slippery, but not from butter. What? That's not what I meant, I swear it. What are you getting all flustered for? You're a whore, just like the rest of us. On a somewhat related subject, where exactly did you pick up some of those mannerisms? Huh? What do you ask? Why do you ask? They seem pretty normal to me. It would be quicker to list the things about you that are normal than aren't. There's actually a majorly huge story behind that. Oh? Is that so? And what would that be? You weren't raised by wolves in the wilderness and never learned how to behave like a normal person, were you? You're not too far off, actually. When I was younger... Wait. You don't have to. No one's forcing you to say anything if you don't want to. I didn't grow up with my parents. I lived with a bunch of really nice men, and I learned a lot from them. I didn't even know my name until they told me. Pardon? I thought my name was Me until I was around 5, and then one of the nice men told me it was actually Jaren. He was actually a super duper disappointed in me. Called me the dumbest broad I've ever known. Talk about rude. But they kind of rubbed off on me, so that's probably what you're seeing. Well, that's certainly it. Oh, that's Morgana. Well, that certainly is a story. Is that not good enough for you? I'll just say the nice man was absolutely right. How rude! It's genuinely concerning how stupid this girl is. Anyway, food time. I am stuffed. It's amazing how much of a difference a little bread makes. Haha, glad you enjoyed it. Starting tomorrow, you gotta work if you want to eat. Aye, boss. Oh, right. She'll be working here too. It almost slipped my mind. She seems like such an innocent girl, so far removed from carnal desire. Yet she'll be out there, selling her body, letting them put their filthy hands all over it. Was that Morgs? You've been staring at my face something fierce. What? I was just admiring the unusual color of your skin. Ah, yeah, I'm not from around these parts. I'd like to go back home someday, but who knows if that'll ever happen. Home. She did say she was taken from her home and sold off. I imagine that would make it difficult to go back. Speaking of, you and Jacopo look kind of similar, skin color-wise. Do we? We're devs both on the darker side. I wish I had super pretty white skin like yours, boss. I appreciate the compliment, but most everyone around here is really fair. My skin's nothing special. And just because we both have tan skin doesn't necessarily mean we're from the same region. Where are you from, Jackie? Jackie? Pretty dang adorable nickname, ain't it? I would very much appreciate it if you never called me that again. Oh, but it's so cute. Back to the question of where I'm from, I don't remember. In my earliest memories, I was already living here. Chances are things weren't great wherever it was. Otherwise, I would probably remember something. Aw, Oh, darn, that's too bad. But you know, Jackie, maybe where you came from is close to where I came from. Go back a few generations and maybe we even share some family. I'd wager a guess you probably come from the same part of the world as me. If you go back far enough, you might even find we share ancestors. Who knows? I told you to stop calling me that. Although I suppose there's a chance you're right about that. Whee! That makes us family then, Jackie! Get off me! Let go, damn it! Well, well, she seems to have taken quite the liking to you.
Why did I just think that I wished he had said that no, they weren't? Oh, are you getting jealous? Morgana's getting jealous. Once it started getting dark out, the kitchen became a deserted wasteland. The girls went off to work, and he went home. The brothel was divided into two distinct work and living areas. If it weren't, and they used the whole building for business, I probably wouldn't have run off ages. If it weren't and they used the whole building for business, I probably would have run off long ago. I'd only ever been in the work area during the day, and though it was largely masked by the scent of various incenses burned through the night, it was filled with the unmistakable, raw stench of man. Cleaning it always put me in a dour mood. The corpses I gathered and buried were far less repulsive. In the living area, there was the kitchen, storage areas, and a large hall of sorts which the girl used as a communal bedroom. They would stumble in after a long night of work and sleep together like a big family. I made a point of sleeping off in the corner, which wasn't strictly necessary since I slept while they worked and vice versa. I could just never seem to make myself comfortable sleeping in the middle of such a big, empty space. Today was slightly different, though. I wasn't sleeping alone. Jaren was there, which I suppose shouldn't have surprised me.
Let's sleep together, Morix!
Absolutely not.
Aw, why not?
I dislike people putting their hands all over me. It makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, I see. So what you're opposed to is snuggling, not sleeping together. And here I thought you didn't like me. I was about to cry.
It's still too early to decide how I feel about you. We only met today.
All the more reason we should sleep together.
In what way does that make any sense?
Simple. The best way to get to know me better is through some good old-fashioned spooning. Words don't get nothing on plain physical contact. That's how you get to know what someone's really like on the inside.
Your choice of words makes that sound incredibly improper.
Besides, I start work tomorrow, which means I probably won't get another chance to sleep with you for a while. So it's gotta be tonight, please.
Fine. But only if you agree to give me enough space. She just smacks right down. I can't. At least let me finish my sentence.
I gotta get in there before you have a chance to change your mind.
It feels like we've adopted a dog.
I promise, I'm 101% human.
I never said you weren't, just that. Never mind. I take it back. It's not like we got a dog. It's like a tornado dropped in and made a horrible mess of my day.
That's Jared for you. You just wait. I'll crack that big ol' icy shell of yours soon, Morgs.
Is that really how I come off? Out of curiosity, are you not afraid being so close to me?
Huh? Why would I be?
When you first saw my face, you thought it was caused by some kind of disease. Are you not concerned that still might be the case? And that, you might catch whatever it is?
Well, you probably wouldn't be here if it was something contagious. Sweet as Maria is, she wouldn't keep you around if she thought you might get the other girls sick. This is the most serious she's talked. And nobody else seemed all that concerned at breakfast. Which means, whatever those marks on your face are, Morix, they're probably not a danger to anybody else. I'm surprised. You actually have something resembling a functioning brain. Believe it or not, I'm super duper smart. Now that I know isn't true. But anyway, I'm talking more, emotionally. You can logically understand that I probably don't pose any danger and still be uncomfortable, still want to keep your distance. I know several of the girls do. And I can't blame them, either. They need to be healthy to work, to make their living. There's nothing wrong with wanting to avoid any potential risk, no matter how small. Or perhaps they don't even realize they're doing it themselves, in which case there's nothing anyone can do. I'm not sure how much help I can be, since I don't really get why anyone would want to keep their distance from you. But I don't think it's that hopeless. If they don't realize they're doing it, then you just have to open their eyes. Easy peasy. Make them realize. And then tell them, stop trying to avoid me. You have the right to at least that much. I really think you need to be a little more assertive, Morix. No one's gonna get mad if you stick up for yourself every once in a while. They will, though. What? Who will? All man's suffering is purposeful. It is all a part of God's plan, his trials for us on this earth. He would be very displeased if I were to turn my back on his plan for me. I really think you're overthinking it, Morix. Less unfun things means more room for fun things, and more fun things is always better. Would you call your life fun? Huh? You were taken from your home, and now you work as a prostitute in the slums of a strange country. Do you call that fun? It just seems depressing to me. Nope, I'm perfectly happy. Not a sorrow in the world. Hasn't been a single day in my life I felt sad or depressed or like life sucks. I mean, sure, there are days when I think it'd be nice to see my mom again. But I don't really have time to worry about anything other than the here and now, and as far as I'm concerned, now is always the best time of my life. Don't got any room to feel bad about anything. I see. You're quite the optimist. So much it almost burns. I consider myself lucky to have ended up at this brothel. Everyone's amazing. Then, I pray you'll find yourself at home here. Oh no! Jaren's probably gonna get murdered in the raid, isn't she? No! Oh, you're kind of sweet, Morix. Kind of. Slip of the tongue. You're always sweet. So hey, Morix, how'd you end up here a couple years back? I was thrown into a carriage by a strange man and brought here with no chance of ever returning. Not taken, but sold. Though ultimately the difference is insignificant. You were? I came through a similar route as you. Oh, huh, I guess that makes us peas in a pod. Not at all. We're anything but. I'm nowhere near as optimistic as her. Never mind energetic and cheerful. No, don't be foolish, Morgana. That's not why we're not alike. It's because I'm God's chosen daughter. No, I'm thinking about what's gonna happen to Morgana in the future, and I'm getting so sad already. Every time I remember, it's like, pain, pain, pain. I have absolutely no reason to feel inferior to a mere prostitute. We're nothing alike, and we must never be. Yeah, you're so warm, Morix. I'm gonna sleep great tonight. am such a disgrace. Morgana, no! Lord Barnier, we are all very much interested in seeing the saint's miraculous powers for ourselves. I knew it would not be long before someone asked. We're much too healthy to see the effects of the miracle ourselves, after all. Which, of course, is anything but a problem. Falling ill would only serve to interfere with our ability to enjoy these feasts. Ha 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 ha! Well said, my lord. Which is why I have arranged for a most fortuitous slave to have this miracle performed upon. Bring him in. Yes, sir. As you can see, the slave is on the verge of death. He can hardly even walk on his own 2 feet. Under any other circumstances, I would keep such an unseemly thing out of sight, so as to not tarnish your festive mood, my guests. But I believe he will serve as a fine sample on which to test the miracle's efficacy. He wants to test my miracle? Rejoice, slave! Good fortune shines upon you. You heard me, daughter of God. This poor slave is in need of your assistance. Give unto him your blessing, if you would be so gracious. I don't care how you try to dress it up, Lord. My miracle is not a show for your parties. Oh my, so you refuse to heal him then? After making such a scene about how your blood is for the sick, the poor, and the suffering at that. Even a saint's dignity has its limits, I understand. You don't want to be sullied by this filthy old slave. I never said any such thing. Then you know what you must do. Do not make me intervene, daughter of God. I am asking you to do this out of respect. I would happily give my blood for that man. I knew you would come around. Let's see, where should we let your blood from? I see no point in wasting unmarked flesh for a mere slave. Your fingertip will do nicely. He can drink the blood directly from the cut. Because I certainly don't have any goblets to spare for him. Let us begin then, shall we, O daughter of God? Drink, slave. Suck upon the blood that spills from her finger. Do not let even a single drop go to waste. Tell me, slave, has your ailment been remedied? If it has, leap into the air for my guests. I am cured, my lord. Behold, I am cured. Ooh, splendid, an undeniable miracle. Look, my lord, I'm cured. I'm in better shape than ever. We've seen more than enough. Stop hopping about like a filthy swamp toad. Yes, my lord. You are dismissed, slave. But first, give your thanks to the saint and all my guests who bore witness to your miraculous recovery. Thank you so much, sirs and madams. Thank you so much, O holy saint. And now that you've borne witness to the blood's power, I'm sure you're all eager to try some for yourselves. What? Most certainly, my lord. With such potent elixir, our good health is all but assured. Indubitably. Please, stop this. Do not take any more of my blood. I'm begging. Ah! I've lost too much blood. I can barely think straight. I suppose I might have overdone it today. You did not come cheap, saint, so I won't have you dying on me until you've at least provided your gold's worth of entertainment. Your actions are an affront to God. My miracles are only for those in need. Is that the only thing you know how to say? I've grown rather tired of hearing it. I will gladly offer my blood for any other ailing slaves, but you and your guests are perfectly healthy. You are merely squandering God's gift on yourselves. Ha! You foolish little girl. What? Let me tell you something, Saint. I don't believe in your miracles. How can you say that after seeing that slave boy drink my blood and be healed? What more proof do you need? It was all a show. What? I told him to feign being ill and cured, or I would send him for the deepest chambers of the dungeon. Even a dog will wear a cat's skin if his life depends on it. So, what did you think of his performance? Impressive, no? Why? Then why do you keep taking my blood? All I and my guests desire is a good time. You are nothing more than an exhibit for our entertainment. No, you're wrong. My blood does have miraculous powers. I proved it back at the village. It hardly matters either way. Whether you're a saint or a lowly peasant girl is inconsequential. All that matters is that you continue to play the role of a saint. What's the matter? Are you disappointed? Upset? You're welcome to cry, wail, and gnash your teeth like a sniveling little child. That would be entertaining in its own right. Shout at the top of your lungs that you are not a saint, that it was all an act, and beg to be set free. Who knows? Perhaps they might lose interest in you then. I am the daughter of God. I will never claim otherwise. I see. Then nothing changes. You will continue to offer your body and spirit to my feasts. Why are you so insistent on remaining a saint, Morgana? Is that Mother's voice? What do you have to gain from handing out blessings for nothing? It is my sacred responsibility as the daughter of God to help those in need. How noble of you, Morgana. How honorable to not cast aside your duty in the face of such misery. It is the reason I was placed upon this earth. But tell me this, are your offerings genuinely altruistic? What? Are they, Morgana? Or do you simply my voice, or do you simply do it out of a desire to call yourself benevolent? Oh, is that supposed to be the white-haired girl? When the people of your village sang your praises, when you crushed the man who accused Mother of being a charlatan, you reveled in it. I did not. There's nothing wrong with that, though. It's a perfectly normal reaction. Having pride and feeling a sense of superiority are perfectly human emotions, especially in a child as young as you. The reason you feel shame about your pride, however, is the very source of that pride, your identity as the daughter of God. Free yourself from those chains and the guilt they cause you. Go back to being an ordinary little girl. You can do that. Remove the chains and pass them on to me. No! Hands off, you silly. What an awful nightmare. Dreaming about my time at the Lord's Manor is bad enough. But go back to being an ordinary little girl? No, absolutely not. That is not even an option. My whole life would become meaningless if I were to do that. Not that I could ever call myself normal with a face like this. There's nothing ordinary about me. If I were to lose my position as the daughter of God, I would be nothing but a hideous child. In about a week's time, Saren had made herself thoroughly at home at the brothel. She had evidently found herself quite a few fans among the clientele, some of whom came specifically to see her. Most found her peculiar, hyper-energetic disposition overwhelming at first, but quickly warmed up to her. Not a single person seemed to dislike her, at least amongst those I came in contact with. Her second week, Jaren seemed, started branching out beyond the brothel. On her days off, she would go down to the pub to sing for the audience on a makeshift stage of tables. Her first day performing, she dragged me with her, claiming she was too nervous to go alone. So I sat in a corner as she sang. Everyone was quite surprised at how well she could sing, and they were practically drawn to her unfamiliar melodies. Perhaps they were songs from her home country, or perhaps she had picked them up from elsewhere. But regardless, her music and exotic appearance made for an enchanting performance. When it was over, the audience roared with applause, and I was convinced she was a much better choice to sing for them than me. By her third week, even Maria had begun to come around. At first, the most approval Jaren could squeeze out of Maria was an exasperated sigh at something dumb she said or something careless she did. But as her popularity grew, and with it the customer base, Maria softened up. "Man, am I glad to have you working here," she said with a big grin, patting Jaren on the back. To me, Maria's motivation seemed rather shallow, but considering she ran the brothel in all but name, it should have come as little surprise that she was so easily swayed by money. "4 weeks after her arrival, there was no one around who didn't know Jaren. The peacekeepers had all taken quite a liking to her as well, particularly the number one man, the big one whose name I had trouble remembering. Whenever he ran into her, he would say, 'Hey there, Jaren, I'm fresh out of coin, but you want to spend the night together?' 'No money, no business.' 'Ah, don't be such a killjoy.' All the men in my life, in fact, had warmed up quite noticeably to her, including him. At meals, there was seldom a quiet moment. I want to see the conversation. It's probably hilarious." And there was nothing wrong with that. I should have been pleased to see everyone so merry. "She's jealous!" I should have been happy. I should have celebrated their joy. But by the time a full month had passed, I found myself avoiding Jaren at every opportunity. "Huh? Who could that be at this hour?" I'm coming. Calm the hell down." "Good morning, Jackie!" Wait, don't close the door on me. I'm bad enough with mornings as it is. The last thing I need to start my day with is a human noisemaker. Now that's not very nice. I thought we were friends, Jackie. I'm here on business too, not to play around. Christ, fine. What business? And make it quick. House call. Wait, you didn't even let me finish before you started closing the door. First, you don't even do house calls. Second, it's past closing hours. Yeesh, you're no fun. Maybe I'll start calling you Jackie Joke Killer. Can't you at least play along for a bit before shooting it down? Why am I the one being criticized? It's way too early for this shit. I'll have you know, I've never been fun. That's true. You're about as much fun as a virgin client. What did you just call me? Whee! You opened the door! So, seriously, what are you here for? Obviously not a house call. Well, if you want, I can make it one. Not a chance in hell. Get to the point now before I toss you into the latrine. Now, calm yourself. As someone famous once might have said, every minute angry is a day off your life. And who do you think is making me so angry? Anyways, Maria needs some supplies acquired urgently. Looking for some place willing to part with some lumber, free if possible. Lumber? What for? Lost the floorboard last night. You did? What, did someone get a little too into it? Oh man, you have no idea. This big old gorilla of a guy comes in snarling like he wants to eat us alive. He starts getting it on and bangs a hole in the floor. No joke, and he doesn't stop either. All the girls are taking turns with him because one's just not enough to keep up. The whole place is howling all night long. Oh, wow. Sounds like quite a strenuous night. Yep, sure would be, if it really happened. Truth is, it was just an old rotten board. I swear to God, girl, I'm never gonna get that image out of my head either. Aw, you're blushing, Jackie. You never know you were a regular at a whorehouse. I am not a regular, and you damn well know it. Why are you even coming to me to ask for help anyway? Surely you can handle a little shopping trip on your own. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd say that. Thought it wouldn't hurt to ask, though. Okay, I'm out of here then. It's past closing hours. I said as much myself a moment ago. She just got off work and she's visibly exhausted. Wait, it's fine. I'll take care of it. You go back and get some rest. You're so sweet, Jackie. Maria was totally right. If pressuring him doesn't work, pull back. Act defeated and he'll fold quicker than a floorboard. Damn you, Maria. Okay, so that was all you needed, right? You done here? Or was there something else? I just got off work and I'm super crazy tired and I fought through it and came all the way out here and... So just maybe you should be offering me a drink or 10. Okay, fine, you win. It's not like you'll back down if I tell you no anyway. Come on in, sit wherever. Whee! So tell me something, Jaren. How much longer are you planning on working at the brothel? Huh? Where'd that come from? Just curious. Sounds kind of like you don't want me there. I never said that. In fact, your presence has been quite the boon. Maria's very pleased with the uptick in business. Then why do you ask? Because it's not a line of work anyone should be in for longer than necessary. Ah. Are you still struggling with money? Actually, I don't have anything I need to pay back anymore. Now I'm just saving up for myself. All the more reason you should consider getting out. Find some way you can put one of your other talents to use. I don't know, I'm not really overflowing with talent. I can think of one, at least. Your performances at the pub. They're always a huge hit. Singing isn't the most stable of careers, no, but neither is prostitution. So if you were to choose, I'd say you'd be better off going with the one that's easy on your body. Me, a singer. Maria and the girls are so good to me, though, and I'd feel awful hopping off the boat after only 1 month. You can't put yourself second to feeling some sort of... You can't put yourself second to some feeling of indebtedness. It's your life and your body to take care of. It's no one's responsibility but your own. Do what you think is best for yourself, not what you think you should be doing for others. What's so funny? For all you try to pretend otherwise, deep down you're a real sweet guy, Jackie. I'm just telling you what the logical thing to do in this situation is. Most logical businessmen wouldn't try to chase off their workers. They'd work until there was nothing left. But that's just how it is. Prostitutes are a dime a dozen. In the grand scheme of things, they're not important enough to fret about because you can replace them easy.
I suppose. But you know this brothel's different. Maria and I don't have a manager to answer to. No greedy bastard running the place, intent on working everyone to the bone. It was built up by the girls, so as one of the girls yourself, I'm sure they'll respect whatever decision you make. Maria values your opinion too.
Yeah, she said the same thing when I first showed up. That is not a job you keep for very long. I'll give it some thought. I'm glad. Never even occurred to me that I can make a living singing. Well, actually, I don't think it ever occurred to me to think about my future much at all. You're a good guy, Jackie, and Maria, good boss.
We're just doing what anyone else would. So, I generally try not to pry, but I've been wondering, where were you before you came here?
What? Wow, you're really talkative today, Jackie.
I'm just in an inquisitive mood. It's been nagging at me for a while now. How low her threshold for satisfaction seems to be. I mean, out here, everyone learns to be happy with what they can get, but Jaren in particular feels a bit extreme.
You already said you know about how I was abducted, right?
Yeah, that I've heard about. Twice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. First time was when I was real little. Though I wasn't targeted, it was during a raid. A couple bandits busted in, killed my mom and dad as I watched. That's awful, Jaren! Oh, they spared me, luckily. Sold me off to work in the field somewhere as a slave instead. And one day, while I was out on the supply run, I got swiped off and sold off again. It wasn't until about 2 years back when I started working as a prostitute.
Oh my god, her story is like Morgana, but backwards. And she's total opposite personality.
Was in a different city for a while, then I ended up here. And that about covers it. What's wrong, Jackie?
I just wasn't expecting something quite so bleak. You'd never guess from how she acted.
Well, pretty much everyone in the slums has their own sad story, don't they? Some more than others, maybe. Luckily, I never had a bad master. Everyone was really nice. I always had food and a place to sleep, so I've never felt like I had it bad.
I think that more than qualifies as having it bad.
Oh?
Have you never felt like you got the short end of the stick?
I don't even know what the stick looks like, never mind which end is the short one.
Well, I'll tell you. It's the one you were given. Your parents were murdered. Your life suddenly turned upside down. Some strange man decided you were worth this much money, selling you into slavery. You should be furious. You think you're happy right now, but let me tell you this. There's not a damn scrap of happiness to be found down here at the bottom of the ladder. It's not until you're a few rungs up, when you're not living on scraps and treated like garbage, that you'll find anything resembling real happiness. Jacopo! You think that's true, but it's not for you.
I don't know about that. As far as I'm concerned, I'm enjoying myself. I'm happy. Doesn't matter if I'm rich or poor or hungry or what.
Sorry for losing my cool like that. It's not my place to decide what you are and aren't allowed to be happy about.
You want to climb higher up the ladder, Jackie?
I can't imagine there's anyone who doesn't. Except you, who you just told me you were satisfied right where you are, so I guess that proves me wrong. But I can tell you that me and the gang are thoroughly through putting up with the status quo. We're holding on well enough for the time being because we're young and healthy, but here in the slums, that's only worth so much.
Huh. Honestly, I can't even think more than a few minutes ahead, so I've never really been concerned about my future. But I think the future you guys are shooting for sounds pretty great. I hope you succeed in creating your utopia. I wouldn't go so far as to call it that. That's basically what it is though, right? You're trying to make the world a place where everyone's equal. Where everyone's got plenty of money and can go see a doctor when they get sick. Where no one starves to death or gets sold into slavery, right? Sounds pretty sweet. I'm rooting for you. My goals are hardly so noble. Say what? Nothing. I agree, that would be a nice world to live in. My dissatisfaction doesn't arrive from concern for the world or others. I'm hardly so selfless. Oh, right. I just remembered something super duper important, Jackie. And that is? It's almost midsummer, which means festival time. Oh, right. That is happening, isn't it? I want to go. What's stopping you? No, wrong answer. Learn to read between the lines, Jackie. I want to go with you, everyone. I said that wrong. Everyone. That's about what I expected her to say. Gather all the girls at the brothel. Your peacekeeper bros, get everyone together and join the festivities. That seems like a bit too large of a group. Okay, then we can limit it to just the cool people. Either way. You know, that might not be such a bad idea. Whoa, is the world ending? I didn't expect you to say yes so quickly. You want to say that one more time, girlie? I was sure you were gonna get all huffy and fight me over it for at least half an hour. A bunch of slum dwellers going into the city proper is only asking for misery. Unless you enjoy being treated like rats, you would be better off celebrating at the pub with people you know. And on and on and on. Is that what she thinks I sound like? I won't pretend I'm thrilled about the idea, but I've also never taken her to a festival before, which is why I thought it might be worth considering. You mean Morgs? Morgs? Morgana would never speak to me again if I called her that. Yes, Morgana. Seems to me like you're especially nice to her, Jackie. You got a crush on her or something? You falling head over heels for her? Excuse me? Who in their right mind would fall for a child that young? You can't deny you care about her, though. You wouldn't do as much as you would... You wouldn't do as much as you do for her if you didn't. And I never said I didn't care for her. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have anyone else. So someone's got to look after her. Ah, so she's like a little sister to you. I'm pretty sure she doesn't see me the same way, though. Yeah, I think she hit it right on the nose there. I imagine this is about what it would be like if I had a sister. Anyway, Morgs means a lot to you. That much is obvious to anyone. So how about you ask her if she wants to come to the festival? You live with her. It'd be much simpler if you did it. She's been kind of keeping her distance lately. Oh, did something happen between you two? Nothing I can think of. Maybe she feels like when I showed up, I invaded her territory. And Jaren is exactly correct. Man, she doesn't like me because she doesn't feel much at home anymore. So she's being sulky? I didn't realize she was capable of getting moody. Jackie, that's being super superficial, you know. Sure, she can be a pretty tough nut to crack, but she is an 11-year-old girl. She gets happy and sad and upset as much as anyone else. Try as I might, I simply can't envision it. So you ask her to come, Jackie. Put your heart and soul into it. You get her there, and we'll all have fun at the festival, and it'll smooth everything out between me and her. Putting my heart and soul into it might be counterproductive. But sure, I'll see if she's interested when I go apply to her ointment today. Thanks a bunch. Well, I should get back. See you later. Catch you later, Jackie. Take care. Aye, aye. Morgana sulking and avoiding Jaren. Now there's an unexpected development. Or maybe I'm just not paying enough attention. Anyway, I should head out and take care of business. Excuse me? No, absolutely not. You could at least pretend to consider the offer. It's not even worth dignifying with an act. Why would you even think inviting me was a good idea anyway? Seems perfectly reasonable to me. There's no harm in changing things up once in a while. Give yourself a little break from spending every day in this depressing little graveyard. The very prospect of attending a festival is considerably more depressing. Come on, it'd be fun. Don't dismiss it without... Look at my face. Surely you're not so foolish as to realize it would mean exposing myself, my face, to heavens know how many strangers. You're right, I'm not. There'll be so many people there and everyone will be caught up in the festivities. No one's gonna bother stopping to scrutinize some random girl's face. I'd say you're likely to get significantly less attention in such a crowd. Like they say, the best place to hide a leaf is in the forest. Of course, I don't think you should be afraid to go out any day, festival or not. As far as I'm concerned, there's no reason for you to hide your face at all. That's easy for you to say. That's not my intention. I understand how significant an issue it is for you. But this festival is a once-in-a-year thing, and where is this even coming from, anyway? What possessed you to suddenly ask me to the festival? Well, you know. I don't know. It was Jaren's idea. What? Jaren's idea? She dropped by this morning, and after making quite the racket, she brought up the upcoming festival. So, you're saying you're inviting me because Jaren asked you to? Well, I mean, the biggest reason is because you weren't in any condition to participate in an event like this the last couple of years, so I wanted you to experience it this year. Enough. Please. This is all for Jaren, isn't it? What? She's concerned because I haven't been speaking with her much lately, right? Well, yeah, she is, but that's not why I... Okay, I'll go. Really? Yes, for Jaren. I feel guilty knowing I caused her so much distress. I'm dead weight at the brothel as it is. The last thing I want is to make things even worse by being a source of worry. Oh my god! Why? Poor Morgana, no. Oh! Hax the Fox, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Sorry I missed that. I guess my alerts aren't working the way I thought they would. Still testing it out. Morgana? I don't think anyone wants you to go out of some sense of obligation. If that's all, then go. You're done applying the ointment, aren't you? Morgana, please. Go. What's gotten into you? Why are you so upset? I am not upset. Now please, go away. I beg to differ. Okay, I'll leave. Just remember, the festival's there for you to enjoy it, alright? I'll remind you when the day draws closer. I definitely went about that the wrong way, huh? I hoped her mood would improve by the time the festival came around, but unsurprisingly, my hopes weren't enough to change anything, and Morgana remained distant. She'd always been a sullen, aloof girl, but when she was really upset, she completely closed herself off. Day after awkward day crawled by, and I soon began to wonder if inviting her had been a mistake. But after all that, I couldn't just march up to her and say, "Never mind, we're not going." So I was left to endure a long, uncomfortable week until the day of the Midsummer Festival commenced. Midsummer, the celebration of the Nativity of John the Baptist, was an event observed across the land on or around the summer solstice. In our city, Festivals lasted for around 10 days. A large bonfire burned in the square, vendors setting up stalls and selling food and trinkets. And girls wore crowns made of flowers, dancing at a parade down the streets while onlookers whistled and clapped. The sheer vivacity that permeated the city was enough to make one forget about the Lord's venom coursing through it. Or perhaps that was the goal, an excuse to let loose and slip free of the Lord's iron grip, if only momentarily. We walked down the city's main street, observing the excitement unfolding around us. Our group was only 4 large. The other girls either split off into their own parties or decided they would rather take the time to sleep. It had been some time since I had left the slums and visited the city proper. We weren't prohibited from entering the city, but wandering around in grimy rags only invited dirty looks, so most tended to avoid it. Nobody was eager to charge headfirst into a den of prejudice. But that all went away when the festival time came around. Everyone was too busy enjoying themselves to go around condemning us for our appearance. Whee! It's a festival! We're at a festival! A real-life festival! Look, Morgs, look! We're really at a festival! Settle down. I heard you the first time. And I do have eyes, you know. Settle down, but it's a festival! The whole point is to make noise and get wound up and go crazy! If you would make that much noise, you'll only draw attention to us. No worries, everybody's doing it. We'll fit right in. Still. Oh, looks like they're giving out flower crowns over there. Let's go get some Morgs, come on. I have no interest in... Let go of me, wait, stop pulling. By all means, have fun, but try not to get separated. They seem to be getting along just fine. Jaren was telling me how Morgana was being distant, but it looks like she might have been reading too much into it. Wait, Jaren said that? So I take it you didn't know either? Yeah, I had no idea actually. Now there's something you don't see every day. You're always the first one to catch into any sort of friction between the girls. Yeah, I kind of stuck them both off in my peripheral since neither of them are prone to causing much trouble. So I haven't been watching Jared or Morgana very closely. Damn, I really need to pay more attention, huh? Should have noticed if they had fallen out. Don't beat yourself up over it. You don't need to feel responsible for everything that goes on there just because you've got seniority. What, you worried about me? Think of it as more of a warning. Which, generally speaking, one gives because they're concerned. You know, it'd do wonders for what people thought about you if you could just find the stones to say, yeah, I am, instead of blowing smoke every time. Yeah, that's his biggest problem, isn't it, Jacopo? You can't just be genuine. Or well, he tries to be genuine with Morgana, but that's about it. And if I were to say that, yes, I was worried about you, you'd have no hesitation in saying exactly as you thought. That it made you want to hurl. Am I that easy to read? Easier than you know. Easier than you know. Hold on a sec. If Jared and Morgana weren't talking, I assume she's not the one who invited her to come then. Nope, that was me. Did you really? Well, color me shocked. Both that you would ask a girl out and that Morgana would agree. She's taking a liking to you or something? Though I guess that wouldn't be too much of a surprise with how much time you spend looking after her. Well, actually, she had a slightly different reason for agreeing to come. Oh? Oh boy, those crowds are crazy! So you weren't able to get any flower crowns? Nah, Morgs threw a huge fit before we could get there. Said she'd rather go swimming in a latrine than wear flowers. Huh? I never said any such thing. Not in those words, maybe, but you were rejecting at least that much. What on earth did she say then? Yes, I objected, but only because the crowds were so bad we couldn't have gotten through. Oh, that's all? Can't say I'm surprised. You are both on the small side. Crowds this size could easily wash you away. Well, pardon me for being so small. I never said it was a bad thing. I'm sensing a lot more animosity between him and Morgana than her and Jaren. In that case, we can have Jackie go get them instead. A fine idea. Girls dig a man who knows how to step up and take the initiative. Yeah, girls love a guy who will be a pack mule. Be proactive. Be a pack mule. Don't think I missed that juke. Oh, Jacopo, you're such a hunk. And remember, one for each of us. Good grief. Okay, fine, you win. I'll get them, so drop the obnoxious flattery act before I spew chunks. 2 is fine. I don't need one. He is 100% gonna get you a flower crown, Morgana. Don't even bother refusing. It is a festival, you know. You should wear something with a little more color for once. Change things up from your usual dreary garb. Not bad, Jackie. No, bad, Jackie. 0 out of 10. No girl wants to be ordered around like that. Yeah, seriously. At least have some sense and say something like, you would look positively gorgeous with a crown of flowers to accentuate your beautiful hair. I love it. It's so corny, I can taste it. Just make sure you top it off with, but flowers can never compare to your natural beauty. If you so much as utter a single syllable, I swear I will despise you for all eternity. Never in 1,000 years. Christ, 3 flower crowns coming right up, and you stay right where I can find you, okay? See ya, darling. Oh, do those girls ever get tired of heckling me? They were right about the crowds, though. I don't understand how many people can care so much about a few free flowers. Though I suppose when you're in a festive mood, frivolities tend to seem all the more attractive. Oof. Hey, watch where you're going. Oh, hey, are you okay? I didn't think I bumped you that hard. I'm fine. I'm just feeling slightly under the weather today. And what are you doing at a festival of all things? Need a hand? No, but thank you. What a curious woman. I get the impression she didn't want anyone to see her face either. And she looked rather well off at that, from what I can make out beneath her robes. A noble, perhaps? Oh no, is that the woman who pretends to be is that the woman who pretends to be her mother, his mother, and then that's how she first met him and saw him? Nah, couldn't have been. Oh, right, no time to stand here and muse. I'm so sorry, I just gave out the very last one. You can't be serious. If only I'd been here a few minutes sooner, you could have gotten some too. Damn it, if I hadn't been sidetracked by that woman. Thanks anyway, and sorry for wasting your time. Hold up just a sec. I'm all out of crowns, but I do have one spare flower you can have. I was saving it for myself, but I'm in a charitable mood. Are you sure? If it was meant for you, you're allowed to keep it. You looked like you were really counting on getting those crowns, though. Oh, no, hardly. Why would anyone care so much about a few flowers, anyway? Don't play dumb with me. They were gonna be for your sweetheart, right? Now you're being delusional. Don't be bashful. Take it. I'm rooting for you. Bye. Enjoy the festival. Thank you. I suppose it's better to come back with something, rather than get my ears chewed off from both sides. Ah, there he is. I'm counting exactly 0 crowns. So you weren't able to get any either. I showed up 3 seconds too late. They were all out. Ha! That's a bummer, but what you gonna do? You say free and everyone comes running. No. You gotta hit him with something a little more girly. Oop. They are real pretty. I can see why everyone wants them. You already blew your chance. And speaking of blowing it, Jacopo, we send you out on one little errand and you can't even manage to pull that off, worthless grunt. Now who needs a lesson in acting like a girl? Oh, I'm so sorry, Jacopo. Thank you so much for going out there in the big, scary crowds just for us. I'm gagging from the sheer volume of bullshit erupting from your mouth. Hear me out, though. While I may not have been able to get the crowns he asked for, I was able to acquire an exclusive one-of-a-kind flower. Not so worthless now, am I? Thank you, flower girl whose name I never got. Yeah, not feeling it. If there were 3, maybe I'd be proud of you. And go get your own goddamn flowers. Whoa. Relax. It is a nice flower, very pretty. And you never know, it might even look better in someone's hair than a crown. I don't know, there's still only one. You're never going to stop complaining, are you? Not complaining, just wondering who you're gonna give it to. Oh. Shit, that is a problem. You only realize that now? Right. Then I'll give it to... There's a choice? Obviously, I'm giving it to Morgana, but like... I didn't think there were choices. Hold on a moment. I like the 4th choice. Fuck y'all, bitches. It's mine. Okay, let's see. I think I can probably just save this over. Obviously, I'm gonna choose Morgana. Pick someone else. At least feign interest. Why would you think I'd be interested in a flower when I already told you I didn't want a crown? A single flower won't make you stick out as much as a whole crown, so I don't see what the problem is. Why are you so desperate to get me wearing a flower? Excuse me, how am I being desperate? Can you think of a better word to describe your stubborn insistence? A flower would clash horribly with my face anyway. Or are you trying to turn me into a laughingstock? You really need to do something about that cynicism. As I've told you several times already, no one cares how you look. They're too distracted. I am not being cynical. You're a cold-hearted monster if you believe I can simply turn off my anxiety about my appearance. You don't have to put it in your hair. If you prefer, you can just carry it with you. But I'd like it to go to good use. Then give it to Maria or Jaren. I swear, it's like I'm arguing with a brick wall. Okay, let's try this again. We haven't talked much recently. So think of this as... Just take it, please. I look like an oaf waving this damn thing around. Stop trying to shove it into my hands. Okay, there, it's all yours now. Don't you dare throw it away either. What on earth is his problem? Is there any help in that guy, like, at all? Now you understand how he can spend so much time in a brothel and still be single, don't you? Yep, he's completely hopeless. He is hopeless. Looks like the crowds have thinned out a bit. Following the parade, I guess? Then how about we go check out the stalls and get some grub? Meat! Let's gobble down kebabs till we burst! Sorry to burst your bubble, kid, but everyone's selling meats packed up for the day. Huh? Hey! Figured I'd find you guys somewhere around here. They probably packed up for the day because he ate all the meat. Oh, hello, Gratian. What do you mean they packed up for the day? Exactly that. Short on supplies, all ran out this morning. And this is just day 1. Who knows how bad it'll get the rest of the festival. No, not the meat. Anything but the meat. Let me guess. Everyone's all out of meat because you ate it all, beefcake. God, I fucking wish I had. Also, I have a name, you know. I always use nicknames for my friends, no exceptions. Oh, well, in that case, Are you really okay with her calling you that, Gratien? I would have expected them to stock up on supplies in anticipation of the higher demand during the festival. I bet they tried, but the damn Lord's leashing up everything he can get his grimy hands on. You'd think the bastard would have learned his lesson 2 years ago, but no, it's just been getting worse. God, this whole city needs to get off its lazy ass and tell the Lord they ain't gonna stand for his shit. I doubt many people are interested in risking execution to express their discontent. The number of hangings has risen significantly of late. He seems to be purging any dissenters he can find. Shh. Don't you think it's high time we got started, Jacopo? Started on what? What do you think? Our second uprising. Lower your damned voice, you oaf. There's no telling who might be listening. Kid, they'd have to be standing right next to us to hear anything in this noise. Way I see it, we're safer talking here out in the open than having secret meetings. Did you hear anything I just said? It's getting less safe every day. You know, we're pretty damn organized if I do say so myself. Our numbers are growing and I'm making sure everyone knows their way around a sword. Instead of just giving them a little kick in the bollocks like last time, I say we go all out and start a revolution. Rip the sick fuck down from his bloody throne. A revolution. What do you say? I think we could pull it off. He's right. We probably could. No, that's not a good idea right now. And why the hell not? What? You're not flaking on us now, are you? What happens if we succeed? Assuming we can dethrone the Lord, what's next? What if whoever takes his place is equally avaricious? You're saying this about yourself, my man. Anyone will be better than who we've got now. That leaves too much to chance. And even if his successor is more reasonable, we'd still be executed for treason. So you're saying we gotta sit on our thumbs and deal with it? If only we could find a noble to join our cause. Someone as flagrantly contemptuous as him is bound to have made a few enemies among the upper class. Having the nobility involved would certainly give us more of a leg to stand on. Hey now, how about you guys just let it go already? Why? You're not gonna find any nobles willing to stand up to the Lord. They say he murdered the previous Lord as well as anyone who opposed them, their families, and their associates. No one's gonna side with a bunch of plebs. The smart thing to do would be to shut up and suck it up. The Lord's not immortal. He'll die of something eventually, so you don't need to stick your necks out to just hurry the process. You can't be serious. Wait for him to die with things as bad as they are? Food's getting more scarce by the day, and people are getting executed left and right just because the Lord doesn't like what they're saying. This city's not going to last for more than another few years. And everyone in the slums will be either dead or run off way before then. Can't imagine that'll be good for business. Well, but still, it's not something a bunch of slum rats could ever hope to pull off. You've got your head in the clouds. Just because you can dream it doesn't mean you can do it. Don't be a bunch of idiots, okay? God, would you listen to this broad? Every last one of them. I swear, I can't deal with it. Always so concerned with protecting their own skin. Well, excuse me. I'm about done dealing with you and your suicidal fantasies, too. You want to take this out back, little bitch? Man, in here I thought they'd get along. Calm down, both of you. Psh. We can continue this conversation at the pub. I still don't think it's a good idea to do it somewhere so public. All right, fine. But let me tell you one thing. We're gonna have to do something, and damn soon. Even if it's a suicide mission. Anyway, I should probably get going. Don't want to be the fifth wheel on your group date. What? Does this look like a date to you? You're damn friggin' right it does. You got a girl on each arm and one to spare. I might have misjudged you, kid. I'm simply here as a representative of the brothel to ensure none of our employees find themselves in any harm. That's horseshit, and we both know it. You don't have to be shy around me, bro. You want to brag about you want to bang 3 girls at once? Good on you. A man's got to be able to pull his weight both in and out of bed. I would never treat my friends with such disrespect. And if I were so crass, I would not be fit to assist with the brothel's operations. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're kidding, right? Not in the slightest. Dude. Are you training to be a monk or what? That's not it. Aha, I've got it. You're lacking in the size department downstairs. I'm so sorry, man. I should... Oh no, a fight is breaking out in the middle of the festival. Hey, the fuck was that for? Sorry, my fist appears to have a mind of its own. Yeah, well, mine's of a mind to make you taste dirt. Oh, is it now? Well, by all means. I'll be happy to take your spot as number 1. Fat chance, asshole. Now they're having a fight. All men are idiots. Utter fools. You said it. Ooh, I hear music from down there. And there are people dancing around a big fire. Come on, Jackie. Come on, Beefcake. Quick, run around in the mud and let's go dance. All right, I'll let you off the hook, but only because Jared asked. And I'd rather not snap my number 2 in half. Psh, were you even paying attention, you blind oaf? I was 3 seconds from popping your damn shoulder right out of its socket. Ah, stop, time, fist down. You can grope each other all you want at the pub. Ooh. Music started, so it's dancing time down in the square with you. Come on, let's get moving. You too, Morgs. You can go on without me. Morgs, we'll never find you again in this crowd. Come on, let loose a little, have fun. It's a festival. Anywhere but there, please. There are too many people here already. It will only be worse at the center of the square. So, please, go on. You know, now that I think about it, we can dance just fine right here. What? No need to go down to the square. I'm a genius. Yeah, good point. What's important is that we have fun and make a lot of noise, not where we do it. Guess not everything that comes out of your mouth is hot air, Jaren. Why, thank you, boss. That wasn't really a compliment. What? Wait, no, you don't. You can barely even hear the music from here. This is no place for dancing. You should all just go down. What, you need some music? No problem, I'll go snag a barrel. I can bang out a funky beat for all of you. You need more than just a brat. You need more than just a beat to dance to, though. There should be some actual music. But he's exactly right. So you can all go down to the... Give me a sec. I'll go find some kind of instrument. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Borrow my loot? Absolutely not. I will not allow a filthy rat like yourself to wave one finger. Eek! Don't hurt me, please. Okay, you can have it. Oh my god. So... Jacopo just mugged someone for a loot. My god. But promise me you'll take very good care of it. Be extremely gentle, okay? Don't bang it around or be rough with the strings, okay? A kindly troubadour lent me his lute. You know, sometimes I forget you're as much of a thug as the gorilla over there. Woo! Let's dance! Hold hands, everyone! I really have no interest in dancing, so if you would please leave me out. All set here! Hit it, boys! Whee! Wait! Stop pulling my arms! The whole world's spinning! Why do I feel like you're getting faster? We're just getting warmed up, girl! Faster, faster, faster! Shoo! Please, stop spinning! That's what I'm talking about. Are you having fun, Morix? I don't even know where I am right now. You don't get enough exercise. Give your body a good workout every once in a while. I'm having the time of my life. Oh my god, it's just getting faster. You're always having the time of your life. She sure is. Come on, Jaren, crack it up another couple of notches. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Slow down, please. I know I told you to speed up, but this is a bit much. Zoom, 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 zoom. Ah! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, seriously, this is a bit much. We're going too fast. I don't know how to stop. Ah! We'll figure something out. Yikes, we're going to crash course for that wall. Ah! Stop spinning, whatever it takes. Makes us stop. Stop! Ah! Shit. That was awesome. And they're all down for the count. Never in my life have I seen a Mia dance take such a disastrous turn. So, what are we gonna do with them? What do you think? Shit. What? What's wrong? A string snapped. Run! Hand it back to him and run! I had a blast today. Danced my butt off, talked my mouth off, got myself one heck of a goose egg. The bumps were not part of the plan, but yeah, I had a pretty good time too. Only wish we could have gotten some meat. Oh, same, boss, same. But it was a good day anyway. It's exciting getting to go out with everyone. What about you, Morix? Did you have fun? Yes, I did. Sweet beans! Of everything that happened today, I'd say my favorite has to be Jackie and Beefcake brawling. Oh, was that Maria? No, that must have been Jaren. I'm sure you enjoyed that. Of course, you can just go down to the pub and see that anytime you want. It's too bad Beefcake had to bail. He apparently hasn't had his fill of excitement and went to meet up with some of the gang. Wowee! Beefcake sure lives up to his name. When it comes to vitality, you'd say you gotta give Gratien a damn good run for his money. Oh yeah, and it's also nice to learn that Jackie's such a sweetheart. No good having a guy who doesn't really care about girls helping out at a brothel. That would pose some problems, yes. Though I gotta ask, you have your eye on anyone particular, Jackie? What? How many times are you gonna bring that up? I'm glad you're looking out for us, but you gotta look out for yourself too. Relieve some stress every once in a while. So if you got your eye on someone, I say go for him, even if it's someone you work with. So how about it, do you? Don't you? Sorry, but I have never much cared for this sort of talk. Blah, you're no fun. And what about you? Huh? You know how it goes. A girl only brings the subject up because she's itching for someone to turn around and ask her. Wait, no, I never. So do ya? Because I can totally pull some strings for you. I've been in this business long enough that I've got contacts everywhere. Well, it's a simple yes or no question. I might have my eye on someone. See what I tell you. So who is it? Who's the lucky bastard? Ain't telling. All right then, if you won't give me a name, describe him for me. It's because it's, Jacopo, right? And he's right there. He's got trouble expressing his feelings. It's Jacopo. Go on. He kind of looks angry a lot of the time. Oh yeah? He can be pretty haughty. What else? But I think he's a pretty great guy. Is that so? What are you glaring at me for, Maria? It's because she's talking about you, idiot. That's nowhere near enough info to go on, I know, but if you do figure it out, don't say anything. She's already figured it out. Oh, Oh, no. That was more than enough information. But I hear you. You want to take things at your own pace. No problem. But I know I don't have a chance, so I'm not going to try to pursue him or anything. As long as he's happy, that's what matters most, even if it means he doesn't pick me. I want him to focus on what matters to him the most. Jaren? God, you're such a little sweetheart. That old oaf doesn't deserve you. I'll find someone who will treat you right. Huh? Thanks? Okay, now I'm pretty sure I'm not being presumptuous in assuming, but I never would have guessed. Alright, so you're not that much of an idiot. Okay. Poor Morgana! No! No! Okay, now you're up, Morgs. Who do you... Hey, is that you, Jaren? What? You got some guts showing your face around here. What's this old drunkard's problem? Doesn't look like someone I'd want to associate with. You know this man, Jaren? Yeah, he was a client where I used to work, I think. Gotcha. You have any idea how bad you fucked me over, you little slut? Eeps! Stop pulling on me! Like hell, you need a good whipping. Actually, what you need is a ow! You need to watch your damn temper, drunkard. Ow. The fuck's your problem? Get your hands off me. I'd like to know what your problem is. This one here, I need her to do business. You prepared to pay for any damages you cause? Because from where I'm standing, you sure don't look like you're swimming in money. You little... I'm sure even in your drunken stupor, you know what the smart thing to do would be. Ugh. Okay, fine, I won't touch her, so get your goddamn hands off of me. So I take it you're working down in the slums now, Jaren? Ha, couldn't think of a better place for you to end up, you walking scourge. I thought I told you to back the hell off. Now, let's not get physical. We've already got a bad enough reputation with the rest of the city. One little black eye isn't gonna change that a damn bit. Chill. Let me take it from here. My fine sir, it sounds as though you and one of our girls have a bit of bad blood between you. I offer you my sincerest apologies, so could you perhaps consider this all water under the bridge? And why should I? How about this? You can cop a feel. Right here, right now, completely free of charge. What the? Maria? For a slum rat, you ain't too bad to look at. Alright then, you got yourself a deal. Excellent, then come on over. You little... I could almost hear the sound of his balls being crushed. Holy shit, go Maria! Woo! Oh, I'm so sorry. I was gonna give you a little massage, but my hand seems to have slipped. You bitch! You fucking bitch! You're not very intimidating when you're hunched over and squirming, you know. I'll call the guards, you slum rat. They'll take care of you. Oh, and what are you gonna say? Help, please! That woman grabbed my balls and now I can't walk straight. Ha! I'll be too busy laughing to do anything. Just you wait, you little bitch. You will pay for this, I swear to God. Don't you show your ugly mug around me ever again. Blech. I need to find somewhere to wash my hands now. Boss, that was amazing! I think terrifying is a better word. You let me know if anyone else comes looking for a fight. I've got your back. And my loyalty for life! God, I never want to get on her bad side. For real, you do get on her bad side. You get shot several times. But don't you want to know what I did in the last place? If you want to talk, I'm all ears. And if you don't, that's fine too. Everyone catches their fair share of shit in this line of work. Money problems, people problems. We all got problems. But even if you did screw up somehow, you're like family now. I'm not going to toss you out onto the streets over a couple little blunders. Boss! And you've got more than just me on your side. Isn't that right? I certainly wouldn't have stepped in if I didn't have some interest in your safety. Jackie! Thank you! You were pretty impressive too. You had that guy's arm all twisted up in no time flat. I can see why you're the gang's number 2. Indeed. Ooh, is that a blush I see? Are you blushing? I am not. Poor Morgana. Family is someone who won't throw you out onto the streets. That's what they're supposed to be. I hope that my father will not forsake me. Morgana? What? You're being so quiet. And this is new? I guess not. It wasn't as bad as you thought it would be, was it? You're right. It wasn't. And we can do this again, whenever you want. We'll gladly invite you, or if you're feeling up to it, you can even invite us somewhere. It won't take long before you acclimate to all the excitement, to being around other people, interacting with them. Then you'll be able to enjoy yourself even more. Just thinking about it has me excited. Imagining you out there, talking to people, smiling, laughing, acting like a girl your age. The day can't come soon enough. You know. You're dreadfully insensitive. What? How does that make me insensitive? It just does. Morgana, you really need to... Hey, get a move on, you two. We're heading back. I'm sorry. I'm coming. What? Hey! Morgs! Let's sleep together tonight, Morgs! You act like this is some kind of special occasion. You come sleep with me every night you don't work. Only on days I don't work. It's not like I'm off every day, so yeah, I'd say it's a special occasion. I had a very long day, so I would really like to... Whoop. Hey. I had a super great time today. It's kind of felt like you've been distant lately, so it was really nice being able to spend the day with you. I haven't been... So you don't hate me or anything then? No, I don't. Oh, thank goodness. I don't have any reason at all to feel anything so hostile toward her, but for some reason, I do feel a strange discomfort in her presence. Whenever I see her talking to someone, laughing with them, something unpleasant wells up in my chest. So it's not about Jacopo in particular, it's about her optimism. What is that feeling? I don't understand the things I feel. We should go out again sometime. I should get to sleep as well. I can forget about everything in my dreams. But you always have terrible dreams. This unpleasantness in my chest. This lump in my throat. Absolutely everything. Mother, you agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? See, I knew you always have terrible dreams. Mother, why? Because you're worthless to me. Cheers! A saint's blood and good fortune to all. Oh, I almost forgot. You need to eat too, don't you, daughter of God? I'm told consuming meats increases the amount of blood your body produces, so I've acquired some special exotic meat just for you. All I and my guests desire is a good time. You are nothing more than an exhibit for our entertainment. All that matters is that you continue to play the role of a saint. You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin. Uh, 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 are you okay, Morix? Yes, I'm fine. You don't look fine at all. You're paler than a ghost. What's wrong? Are you sick? Go on. Hold on, I'll go get someone. Don't. What? Don't get anyone. But you're... I'm fine. As I said, I apologize for waking you. Go back to sleep. I can't just go back to sleep with you looking like that. This isn't the first time this has happened, Morix. I haven't mentioned it before, but you sometimes toss and turn real bad in your sleep, groaning and whimpering like you're in pain. Do you have nightmares about the places you used to be? I don't like to see you hurting, Morix. You can tell me anything. It'll take some of the weight off to get it out. Then everything can be all happy and smiles again. Talking. That's it. Let the bad memories out. Replace them with all the fun we have. Stop talking. No. Stop acting like you know anything about me. That's not what I want to say. I'm not like you. I can't switch everything off and laugh like nothing is wrong. I must keep the ugliness inside. I can't let it out. Stop trying to make me into something I'm not and will never be. I can't stop. I can't keep it in. Stop trying to drag me down into your world, to rip me from my identity. Make it stop. Stop trying to make me into a normal girl. Please make it stop. Morix. Hey, what's all the racket? Quiet down, would you? I was almost asleep. I'm sorry. What? Hold on, Morix. Where are you going? Get back here! The pre-dawn air slithered over my skin. It crawled down my throat, warm and humid and unpleasant. It didn't cool me down as I hoped it would, instead causing the heat within to build up farther as I ran. The tight, squeezing, nauseating feeling swelled. My heart and spirit, which I had believed to be pure and clean and sacred, were now a putrid mire. The filthy air of the slums tainted me. This isn't who I am. This isn't me. With no goal, no direction in mind, I dashed down a barely lit alleyway. I don't let my emotions run wild. I know how to control my words. I don't feel animosity without reason. That's not what I'm supposed to be. I knew good and well Saren had meant me no ill will. Jaren, Maria, him. They all had the best intentions. I wasn't so blind as to not realize that. Those good intentions simply annoyed me to no end. And that, I finally realized, was what I was feeling. That was the source of all my discomfort. Every act of kindness felt as though it was being forced on me. As though everyone was walking on eggshells around me. Every kind thing someone did only made me feel that much more pitiful. Ugh. A life of cheer and excitement seemed like a distant dream, and I hated myself for how inferior that made me feel. But I couldn't take the hands being offered to me either. A couple years earlier, I would have not felt any of this. any of these ugly, sad, pathetic emotions. If anything, I would have been proud that I had no place among regular people. So why was it all so agonizing now? Why did I feel like I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs? At some point in my frenzy, I had made my way fairly deep into the slums. Sunrise was approaching, but the stench of alcohol still hung thick in the air, and mixed in was a wide array of sharp body odors and excrement. Remaining here was unwise. However, I wasn't sure which way to go to get back out. Hey, chum, would you look at that? A girl it is. Happy days. I don't got the coin to go down to the whorehouse. I have to get out of here. Ooh, gonna dash she is. Wonder how far she'll make it on them twiggy legs. A little resistance just makes it more exciting. Oh, Father, please lead me from this place. Hold on a sec. Look at that girl's face. Huh? Who gives a rat's ass if she's ugly? What in the flying fuck is wrong with her face? She might have some kind of disease. Oh, hell no. Me Pecker ain't getting nowhere near that. Let's get out of here before we catch whatever she's got. And here I was getting my hopes up. You and your disease can piss right off. As the men walked off, it wasn't relief that welled up within me. My knees gave out and I fell to the hard ground. I trembled not in fear, but in unmitigated despair. Their harsh words cut into me like so many blades. I'm not diseased. I'm pure, holy. My body and my blood are divine. I hadn't forgotten that was how people saw me. My nightmares did well enough to ensure I couldn't. Every time I passed by a mirror, I couldn't avoid the dreadful sight of my own face. My skin was rough and patchy every time I reached up to touch it. But even with those constant reminders, in my time in the brothel, nobody had ever acted outwardly prejudiced. They treated me like I was anyone else. At the festival, no one had said a word, but it struck me now that the only reason for that was because I was there with others. I had a renewed awareness of my own unpleasantness, a renewed awareness that no one saw me as a saint, but a hideous witch. That even desperate, drunk, homeless men wanted nothing to do with me. My spirit shriveled. Anger welled up within me. I wanted nothing more than to scream. But I knew that if I did, it would only make me feel that much worse about myself. There you are! I've been looking all over! Morgs! It's not safe to be out here at this hour. There's still all sorts of scary people in the streets. Let's go back, Kay? Come on. If I said anything to hurt or upset you, I'm sorry. I'm not good at the whole picking up on what people are feeling thing. Just stop. Huh? I don't want your pity. Huh? I hate being treated like that. I hate the way you're always acting like you feel sorry for me. I hate it. I can't stand it. No, that's not it. I don't. And I hate you. I don't hate you. You're just a filthy whore. A dirty, blasphemous whore. Stop talking. This isn't how I actually feel. You're as impure as they come. I don't want to hurt you. You think your chastity is meaningless. You're just an animal. In fact, I envy your optimism, your unwavering positivity. I don't need your sullied pity. I am so much more pure, so much more holy than you could ever hope to be. I hate myself more than anyone. I hate that I can't make it stop, that I keep saying these things I don't mean. Yeah, you're right. I'm not pure. You're absolutely right. What? You've got the purest heart of anyone. I know that, so you don't need to get mad or sad or anything. What is wrong with you? How can you say that? Because it's true. Get angry. Huh? Did you not hear all the terrible things I said about you? Get angry at me. Insult me back. Hurt me as much as I hurt you. I'm not hurt, though. I'm not mad or upset about anything you said, so I have no reason to say anything mean to you. Of course she's not. No matter how much vitriol I spit, it just slides right off her. She remains unscathed. Meanwhile, I only get uglier and uglier. You're a damned witch. Is you really a saint? You're a daughter of a charlatan. Oh, the horror I brought upon this earth. You're worthless to me. Worthless. Worthless. Ha! 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 Morgs? What's going on? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. What's wrong, Morgs? Oh God, what do I do? Will rubbing your back make it better? Oh, it's not helping at all. Someone, she needs help. Hey, you there, what's the ruckus? What? Jaren and Morgana? What's going on? What are you doing here? Jackie! Morgs just started having trouble breathing and nothing I do is making it any better. Stand back. Okay. She's hyperventilating. Okay, Morgana, listen to me. I need you to calm yourself. You need to exhale. Breathe out. Don't worry. It'll all be over soon. Slowly. Breathe out slowly. That's good. I'll be right here the whole time. Don't you worry one bit. No one's going to hurt you. You're safe now. You're okay. Oh, thank goodness. It looks like she's all better. I was scared stiff. We're lucky you showed up, Jackie. What were you doing out this early, though? The gang takes shifts doing patrols. I happen to be on duty right now. I'd like to ask you the same thing. What the hell are you two doing out in this rat's nest? About that. You know, lots of reasons. And none of them is an excuse for you two young girls to be alone in a place like this. You're prime targets for the kind of scumbags who tried to go after you. No one came after us. No one would target someone who looks like me. I have all the proof I need of that. Then what caused that? Morgana. Hey, I'm gonna head back, Jackie. That's a good idea. I'll accompany the two of you. No, I'll be fine on my own. The sun's out and all the scary people have gone away. Excuse me, you're going back alone? Well, I figure Morgs needs some time to calm the rest of the way down, and there's too many people at the brothel to do it there. So if you'd take her somewhere nice and quiet, that'd be amazing. I'll let Maria know. Somewhere quiet, such as... See you later. Wait. Hey, Jaren. And she's gone. Where can I take her that's quiet without a lot of people? Is there even at your house, idiot? There is one place. So Morgana, if you would rather go back to the brothel, let me know, okay? But anyway, by process of elimination, there's only one place I can take you that satisfies all the requirements given. I assure you that under any other circumstances, this would not be my first choice, and I am only proposing it because there is no other suitable option. So, yeah. You can come back to my place. Now, don't get any strange ideas. I swear on my honor, I have no intention of doing anything to you. Not that I would even have any interest in doing such things to a child like you. So with that in mind, would you rather go there or back to the brothel? I would like to get out of here sooner rather than later. So if you could make a decision, I'd really appreciate it. Morgana, I don't want to go back to the brothel yet. Oh, all right then. Off we go, I guess. Okay. Do you need help getting up? My legs have given out. Grab my shoulders. I'll carry you. Come on, now, hurry it up. I was never one to initiate physical contact with anyone. I acted as though I simply didn't like it, but in truth, I was probably more scared than anything. How was I even supposed to offer these scar-ridden hands to anyone? How was I even supposed to approach someone with most of the skin on my face missing? I could tell myself again and again that every scar was a sign of my sacred sacrifice, but in what I had once felt pride, now I only felt disgust. I lamented the wounds obscuring my skin, and for the first time, I sincerely wished for them all to heal, as any other girl my age might. Then I wouldn't have to feel like I was ugly. I wouldn't have to hesitate to offer my hand. I wouldn't have any reservations about him touching me. Another CG. Morgana. Her hands. The sun's coming up. Look at that. Pretty impressive, huh? The sun's light even reaches this deep, dark corner of the world. I mean, of course it does, but I don't know, for some reason it seems particularly bright today. Hey, Morgana. Can I ask how you ended up here? What happened? Did you get in a fight with Jaren? Something like that. Huh, well, there's something you don't see every day, but I guess whenever you have more than one person in the same place, problems are going to arise eventually. Jaren can be a bit, well, excessively frank, so I'm sure she didn't mean to hurt you, whatever she said. No, it wasn't her. I lashed out at her, unprovoked. Now that I have difficulty imagining. You always seem to be in control of your emotions. Actually, no. I was just reminded of this too. But as mature as you seem, you're still only 11. There's nothing unusual about that, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. Stop thinking of me like I'm a normal girl. You are, no matter what you say. At least you are to me. You're allowed to yell at someone if you're upset with them. You're allowed to get in a fight if you're having a bad day. You're allowed to cry. You're allowed to feel whatever you feel. don't have to hold it in. Those are all things mere people do. And like I just said, you are a regular person. You're no different than me, or Maria, or Jaren, or anyone else. Any other day, I would argue the point further. Calling me normal is akin to denying me my very identity. But right now, the world feels so welcoming, to the point I would feel bad fighting him over it. I wonder, what's so different about today? Hey, I'm sorry. What? You have nothing to apologize for. Not today, but the festival. I feel like I was trying to force you to have a good time. In fact, whenever you acted like you weren't, it got on my nerves. It frustrated me how I was trying so hard and you seemed to be trampling my efforts. And I've been doing that for a long time now. I frequently get upset at your harsh words when I'm applying ointment. But I'm realizing what seems charitable and generous from my point of view isn't necessarily the same from yours. I'm sorry for constantly being so presumptuous. I won't try to coerce you into going to the festival next year. I wish you had a next year. You're not yourself today. Excuse me, in what way? You're unusually open. True. He's terrible at being open. I never thought you would come to that realization, let alone apologize for any of it. It certainly wasn't in my initial plans for the day, but for whatever reason, having you so close seems to have that effect on me. And for you too, if I may be so presumptuous. So it does. Well, we're on the same page about one thing. That said, I don't intend to back down on the ointment. I'm doing it because I want to. So just tell yourself you're genuinely allowing me to have my way, if you would. Are you okay with that? You already said you weren't going to back down, so why are you even asking? Do as you please. That I will. But I won't stop complaining, either. I'll have to practice not letting it get under my skin as much then. Yeah? To this day... Yeah? What's up? To this day, I've never forgotten what my life was like 2 years ago. I have dreams. I have nightmares about it. And this is so sad because this is like not even the worst her life gets. It gets so much worse, and she's already like this. My episode back there was caused by one of those flashbacks. Well, damn, that'd do it. I can't escape from the nightmares. Wait, is this song in English? Anyway. It so is. I can't escape from the nightmares. They're always there, always right behind me. Now I know what you mean, Enrique, if you're there. Sometimes it's even worse than the real thing. I fear sleep. Will I ever be free from the Lord's terror? You will. You never have to see him again. And you can beat those dreams You never do see him again, but you think you do. Oh, this is so bad. Just knowing what happens. It'll take time, but you can do it. He won't be able to terrorize you forever. Can I really beat them? Absolutely. If he shows up in your dreams, just close your eyes. Do anything you can to erase him from your mind. Banish all your memories of him. Do that enough times, and before you know it, you'll actually start forgetting about him, until eventually every trace of him will be gone. Is that why she forgot exactly what he looks like? Nothing that terrible will ever happen again. Jacopo! You fucker! This is so sad. This is so sad. No wonder you end up hating yourself. Jacopo. You have my word. You can believe me. God damn it, Jacopo! Everything will be okay. The Lord's not long for this world anyway, given how much hatred he's garnered from his people. And in any event, should it come to it, I'll take his head off myself. Don't do anything. Don't do anything to put your life at risk. Huh? If you end up dying, I'll have nightmares of a different variety. Fair enough. You know, you're not acting much like yourself today, either. That caught me off guard. Not in a bad way, though. I take it back. Burn in hell. Thanks. I was wondering. Will there be another festival next year? You mean Midsummer? It's an annual celebration, so yeah, there'll be another festival. Though with the way things are going, I expect it'll keep getting smaller and smaller in scale. Why do you ask? Morgana? I would not be opposed to going again next time. Don't think you have to if you don't want to. I don't. Well, all right. Would it be presumptuous for me to assume you enjoyed yourself then? I can't say I especially did, no. I don't get it. Why are you saying you'll go next year if you had a bad time this year? Because I get the feeling that might change with time. Really? Yes. All right. Then I'll remind you when the time comes. If only you had the chance. If only that raid never happens. Next year, the year after, and every year after that. You do that. So, hey, are you still planning to head out on your own when you get older? I am, yes. So nothing's changed there, huh? All I do there is take up space. That's not your reason for wanting to leave, is it? You know that's not true. You keep the place clean and cook for the girls and do plenty else to help out. If anything, I'd say you only take up space far less than other kids your age. When I was younger, I did so much more to help so many others. I may as well be lazing around and doing nothing compared to what I was once able to accomplish. You know, I've avoided asking this question for a while, but what was your life like before you ended up here? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. The daughter of... Morgana? Why can I not bring myself to say I am the daughter of God? That I am a saint? That I am not like the rest of you? That my blood has miraculous powers? Because that would pull a plot hole into the game. It's all the truth. So why? Why do I so fear acknowledging that I am not one of them? I am the daughter of the church, and I helped spread the word of God. I assumed it was something like that. Did you grow up in a church then? Something of the sort. Huh. Well, the past is the past. What you did then, what you could do then, isn't necessarily what you have to do now. As far as I'm concerned, you're more than pulling your weight. If you don't want to stay at the brothel, that's one thing, but don't feel like you're not contributing enough. Tell me. What? Tell me about when you were younger. Why? Or don't. You don't have to. I never said I wouldn't. I'm just surprised to see you showing any interest in me. Today is just full of surprises. I think I mentioned how I don't remember much about my childhood. I have vague memories of how the language sounded, as well as wheat fields stretching far as the eye can see. I love just sitting and watching it as it swayed back and forth in the wind like waves in an ocean of gold. I assume my parents were there with me, though I can't say for sure. I just remember they were pleasant days. I don't remember where I was born, or what it was called, or that it was somewhere far from here. How did you end up in this city? Do you really not remember? I assume I was sold off. I found an opportunity and managed to escape, running and running and running for who knows how many days until finally a city came into view. And into the slums I went. I only have scattered fragments of memories from that time. I assume it was so unpleasant, my mind shut it out. I thought family were supposed to be those who wouldn't throw you... I thought family were supposed to be those who wouldn't throw you out onto the streets? Huh? That's what Maria said. Oh yeah, she did, didn't she? Not every family's the same. Some will, some won't. My guess is they were financially unable to keep me. But you know, nothing says you have to be blood related to be family. Maybe the first one throws you out. Doesn't mean you can't go and find yourself a new one. Found family. What happens next? What? In your story, what happens next? You want me to keep going? I was kind of hoping you'd gotten bored. But all right. Living in the slums, surviving day to day was my first priority. I was too young to get any real work, so I became a thief. Heathen. Shall I burn in hell? I bet I'm completely irredeemable in your eyes. I've stolen, lied, and deceived, and even killed people. What? I killed several gods in the slave revolt. And that wasn't the first time, either. Even as a child, my hands were not free of blood. You are a sinner. A vile, wretched, miserable sinner. That I am. Burn in hell. I'm sure I will once I'm dead. When you were younger, why did you kill? Maria's told you about what the brothel used to be like, right? Real run down and smaller than it is now. She has, yes. This isn't exactly the safest neighborhood now, and back then it was even worse. Our gang hadn't formed up yet, so naturally we weren't doing peacekeeping work either. One day, back when Maria was 12 and I was 14, a thief broke into the brothel. He attempted to rape her. As I watched the man knock her down, climb on top of her, my blood boiled. All I could think about was getting him off of her. And so I killed him. It was the first time I'd ever taken someone's life. I was shaken from head to toe for I don't even know how long. I could never imagine that happening to Maria. She's a tough woman, absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if she was calmer than me, but she was still only 12 at the time. Right about your age, in fact. Strong as she may have been, she couldn't possibly have overpowered a full-grown man. The only reason I didn't end up dead is because I attacked him from behind while he was distracted. I understand good and well that murder is wrong, but sometimes it's you or them, and, well, if you don't have the strength to kick back, the world will trample over you till there's nothing left. I don't want to spend my life in constant servility, having everything taken away from me, always on the losing side. I'm tired of being on the bottom. I want to climb higher, high enough to look out upon the whole wide world. I see. And is that the same world you say you want to go out into? It is. And the world you keep saying you want to show me? It absolutely is. I see. This is so... Oh! Would be such a great scene if it wasn't for, knowing exactly what happens to both of them. I guess it's still a great scene, but still... That's not the world I want to see, though. But I have no right to trample on his dreams. Well, I hope you make it someday. As do I. All right, we're almost there. See that building up ahead? I live on the second floor. Not the most comfortable place in the world, but it's a place to sleep, and a roof over my head should suffice until you're feeling a little better. And don't worry, I'll sleep on the floor. You can have the bed. So yeah, take as much time as you... Morgana? She's asleep? For the love of God. So goddamn much for that. Oh well. Once I've got it tucked in, she should get some sleep. I should get some sleep myself. I kind of feel like I've finally closed some of the gap between us. And I can only hope you feel the same. Sleep well, Morgana. And may you be free from your nightmares. I think she's gonna sleep okay. Nope! So much for that. I shouldn't have hoped. Wait. Oh, it's blurring out. It's blurring out. Aha! See, you are gonna have nice dreams. Morning already. Or is it the afternoon? Either way, it's about time I got up. I mean, it was already morning when you got back. Ugh, my back hurts like hell. Why? Oh, right, I slept on the floor and... La 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 was something oddly revitalizing about the sunlight shining through the... Oh, it must be him. There was something oddly revitalizing about the sunlight shining through the open window, and the summer breeze lacked its usual stifling heat, in fact feeling quite pleasant against my cheeks. A pair of long, burgundy braids danced gently in the wind. Ah! Leaning against the windowsill and singing was a young girl, beads of light streaming down over her small robed body. Found myself staring, entranced by the sight. The ground where she stood seemed almost sacred, like it would be forever tainted if I set foot in it. The sound of her voice washed over me like a wave and seeped into my half-asleep body, permeating every fiber of my being. An indescribable amalgam of feelings welled up in my breast. It was a feeling similar to the first time I had heard her sing, only incomparably more profound. It took everything I had to keep the fire from appearing on my face, spilling from my lips. I simply sat there in silence, taking in the sight and sound. When she slowly turned to face me, the sunlight now illuminating her silhouette. Her face! Oh, I thought you were still asleep. Good morning. Morgana, your face? What of it? In a half frenzy, I scrambled over to the window and grabbed her by her shoulders. Her eyes went wide for a moment, but she didn't shove me aside, only stared. I could see my own reflection in her golden eyes. And then as my eyes grew accustomed to the light, I saw her as she was. Face covered in the same marks I knew so well. What's wrong? Did you forget I was here? I could only imagine how stupid my face looked in that moment. Mouth hanging awkwardly, half agape as I attempted a chuckle, only a sigh managing to make it up and out of my throat. Sorry. Still not all the way awake. Was the face I had seen a mere illusion? A fantasy conjured up by my mind? Almost certainly. It was nothing more than a figment of my imagination. But I wanted it to be what she looked like when she healed, and I wanted more than ever to finally see it for real. Because I was standing so close, she had to tilt her head back more than usual to see me, resulting in her face, usually concealed by her hood, being exposed to the sunlight. Even covered in grotesque marks, I was close enough to be able to make the precise outline of her face, the exact shape of her eyes, the perfect straight line of her nose. With each passing moment, the vision began to seem more and more real. I summoned the image of her healed face once more. Standing before me was a girl who could easily pass as a noble, a beauty and dignity to match her impeccable singing voice. Imposing though she was, I was certain her smile would be filled with warmth. Is something the matter? Why are you staring at me? I know I'm hideous. You don't have to tell me, so get back. Morgana. What? I think I might love you. Excuse me? The words came out entirely independent of my own will. I didn't grasp the meaning of what I had just said. until after I realized her brow was furrowed in perplexity. Until after, like a total buffoon, I thought, why is Morgana giving me that look? A chill ran down my spine as I finally began to comprehend the absurdity of what I had said. Not a single excuse came to mind. All my words simply vanished into a thick white fog. What had I said to her again? What had I said to this little girl? I loved her? Me? In love with a child? Is that so? Why, thank you. You sure don't sound surprised. How can she remain so calm? I'm barely keeping it together here. I don't see why I would be. You're only telling me what I already know. What? Say again? She already knew how I felt? I didn't even know how I felt. You care for everyone at the brothel. You love all the girls at the brothel like they're your family. It's quite obvious from your actions. I suppose it doesn't hurt to put it into words every once in a while. But in any case, you've made your feelings quite clear. You've made it clear that I count as one of them. The only thing that's clear here is that you don't understand the first thing about my feelings. No, I meant... Do I really want to tell her right here, right now, that no, my feelings for her are different? Use your damn head, Jacopo. She's 11 years old. And you're 21. What the hell's gotten into you? Yeah, I meant it exactly like that. You took the words right out of my mouth. I see. Well, I'll say... It means a lot to me to be seen the same as everyone else. Morgana? I said nothing. You heard nothing. God. What is happening to me? I have no idea what's going on anymore. Nothing makes the damnedest bit of sense. I was having a difficult time accepting how taken I seemed to be with this girl. With this child. I covered my face with my hands, groaning and trying my best not to pay any mind to the pair of perplexed eyes I could feel staring a hole through me. And I thought, I have to at least wait until she turns 16. And another 7 months passed, bringing them 3 years from their final encounter. No! So... It's coming soon. The raid is coming soon, right? Was it 3 or 4 years? Time continued its slow, constant march, and soon winter was upon us. The skies were incredibly clear, hardly a cloud in sight. By all appearances, the weather was great, until the occasional gust of wind came along and chilled me to the bone. Each breath came out as a puff of white, disappearing as it drifted upward. Rubbing my arms, I made my way to where I knew I would find her. Has she ever once skipped a day these last 3 years? Rain or snow, sweltering heat or bitter cold, she always seems to be here when I come looking. I let out a little sigh, then called it for her. I swear, you spend so much time in this graveyard that one of these days someone's gonna mistake you for a gravekeeper or maybe a grave robber. She turned around to face me. She looked moderately annoyed, her glare piercing as ever. I could hear the soft bite of her voice before she even responded. Someone less familiar with her might perceive her mannerisms as standoffish, not unlike she had been when I first brought her here. But I could clearly tell the difference. She was warming up, ever so slightly. I can understand a grave keeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for souls who have no one to see them off. She was no longer walking on eggshells through every interaction. Her sense of self-worth seemed to have improved as well. I would even go so far as to say she could get a bit cocky at times, generally at my expense. But that also meant I didn't have to tread quite so carefully around her either. Trading grievances and insults was becoming our personal kind of banter. Hey, like the title of the stream. Rather than signifying a widening rift, the increased level of abuse was a sign of how much closer we'd gotten. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These are souls that have no one else to pray for them. At best, they may get a bit of lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor. To pray for the abandoned souls. Oh boy, here comes another sermon. What I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. They're just bags of bones. I hope you enjoy an eternity in hell, blasphemer. Hey, that was uncalled for. I'm joking, obviously. You take black humor to a new level. The fact that she would even call such remarks a joke was proof enough of how far she'd come. This wasn't the first time I'd told her I thought the living were more important than the dead, and we still disagreed on that point. But our differences in values had caused her to push away much harder before than she did now. At least I was pretty sure she wasn't pushing me away as much. Hey, it's that time again, Morgana. Come on, don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so let me put it on you. It's a waste of time. You don't know that. Your arms look much better than before. It won't be long before your face starts healing too. Ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money. It's my money. I can use it however I please. So just shut up and let me do this. You're a very obnoxious man, you know. What was that? You want me to rub it in real hard, do you? Fine. While it might appear I wanted something in return for my efforts, I wasn't in it for gratitude or a reward. It was more like my way of retaliating. She badmouthed me, I made her take my ointment. We had performed this ritual hundreds of times now, though the exact shape of the exchange slowly evolved over time. Where I would once desperately attempt to shoot down her assertions of wasting your time and there's no point, I'd come to realize that doing so only put unnecessary stress on her, so I started jabbing back instead. And for all her complaining, I was pretty sure Morgana wasn't entirely put off by my stubborn insistence. The day after the festival, when I declared my intent to keep trying to heal her face, she had responded with, "I won't stop complaining either," and I'd said I'll have to practice not letting it get under my skin as much then. I still remembered that day quite vividly, and I hope she did as well. So while it might come off like we were genuinely fighting, in reality I quite enjoyed our little sparring matches. She was still outwardly reticent and sulky as ever, but in a kind of charming way, now that we had established this routine. Not having to be painfully careful with my words made things easier for me as well. Heh. What are you laughing about? Oh, nothing. Hey, don't you give me that death glare of yours. You think this is me glaring. So I've been meaning to ask you something. And what would that be? What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face? I'm not trying to get anything, I just want you to heal up. And here I thought you were gonna try to make me work at the brothel. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not going to make you be a prostitute. What other reason could you have for wanting my face to get better? Because I want to see it. Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay? The thought never occurred to me. I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal. In fact, you had best not get your hopes up at all. The higher you let your expectations climb, the greater your disappointment will be when I turn out to be equally hideous beneath these scars. Not even I can remember what I looked like before. Huh, I'm not afraid to be disappointed. That possibility is just part of the fun. You have as much tact as a worm. No tact and a preference for ugly girls, I'm told. I'm a real winner. Ugly girl. It's a wonder no one throttles you in your sleep. I'll still be your friend, even if you turn out to be the ugliest girl in the city. You should be grateful. You're unbelievable. And to think I used to think you were a half-decent man. If you'd like me to go back to walking on thin ice, I can, but my gut tells me that's not what you really want. There's a difference between not sugarcoating your words and being outright rude, you realize. Yeah, you're one to talk. How is it you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet? I act like a decent guy around other people, do my best to fit in. Then why are you such a dolt around me? Just doing my best to fit in. So you're saying this is my fault? Everyone could use a thorn or two, makes them more excited. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it sting anywhere? Not particularly, no. All right. Oh, also, finish up here and get back to the brothel soon. Unless you'd rather I drag you there. Why? Seriously, it's your damn birthday. No! This is the day! No! No, I didn't realize until now this is the day when everything's gonna go to fucking shit. No! I don't know if I can handle this right now. Maybe I should end at 5. Oh god. Okay, well, let's just go until they get back to the brothel at least. And what do you think, dimwit? Maria and the girls want to celebrate. Get back there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay? Okay. As much as I'm loath to admit it. She can be kinda cute when she's not wishing me an eternity in hell. Not that I'm ever letting those words leave my lips. So, hey, I thought you were leaving. One day, I'll show you the world. Sometimes I wonder if that's the only phrase you know. Yes, I heard you the first 100 times. I won't get my hopes up. And she thinks I don't sugarcoat my words. Get your hopes up, damn it. Anyway, I'll see you later. I had every intention on making good on that promise. And I had more than enough reason to believe I could. Though, admittedly, it wasn't until recently that I could say so with such confidence. I was no longer a mere slum rat's fantasy. Our ranks were getting stronger by the day. Discontent with the Lord was up, but overall, so was our morale. I could feel it. The time was near. Though the biggest motivating factor lay elsewhere, in something that occurred about a month earlier. I'd yet to share that little nugget with anyone else, though. Was it the lady claiming she was your mother? This could be the key to bringing it all together. But I need to keep my head in the right place today. It's Morgana's birthday, above anything else. Planning this revolution can wait another day. I was probably a bit too eager to get started. My judgment clouded by anticipation, The very thought that I could soon be someone of real significance. And that excitement had probably leaked a bit into my conversation with Morgana. If only I had understood, had truly grasped the extent of my own capabilities, where I should have been focusing my effort, then perhaps we could have ended up on a very different path. But it would not be until much, much later that I came to realize the error of my ways. About time you showed up. Get in here and lend us a hand, would you? I was engulfed in the scent stepped of roasting meat as soon as I stepped through the back door of the brothel. They found meat! It smelled like it had even been seasoned with herbs, kicking my appetite into a high gear. For the common man, culinary herbs were a delicacy, expensive and not something you could get your hands on easily. And that went doubly so for us in the slums. And meat. This is much more elaborate than I was expecting. How did you even get all the supplies you needed? It's mostly a mishmash of everyone's rainy day funds. Events like this are about the only way I convince the girls to let loose. Everyone's all so concerned about making sure they've always got plenty saved up, which ain't a bad thing in itself, but they're gonna end up stressing themselves straight to the grave. I smirked. Maria's heart was always with the girls. Obviously, the party was still for Morgana, but parties were meant to be enjoyed by everyone involved, not only the star. It would have been even better if we could have given all the girls tonight off and partied till we dropped. But unfortunately, business isn't strong enough to afford that. And I'd rather not deal with a bunch of blue-balled buffoons bitching at me about it either. So all the girls who couldn't take off are getting an extra slice of meat to make up for it. You're on cutting duty. And make sure to cut them exactly the same size. Don't want anyone blowing their top about not getting their fair share. The fate of the party is in your hands. Don't fuck this up. I get the feeling I'll be the punching bag no matter how precisely I cut the meat. On a somewhat different note, I'm surprised you had herbs lying around. Oh yeah, those are... They were a gift from one of my regs. Hello, Jaren. What's up, Jackie? You're as obnoxiously perky as ever, I see. That's how you're gonna greet me, you big butt? For a particular subset of our customer base, it's that relentless perk that keeps them perky. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment. Some girls have to pretend to be spunky airheads to keep those guys coming back, but you're natural. That's impressive as hell. It is? Whee! I've got the big boss's seal of approval. I don't think you quite get it, Jaren. You know how Jaren used to work up in the city? Well, one of her old clients followed her when she moved down here. And he's the one who gave her the herbs. Not the cheapo bottom-of-the-barrel stuff either. This is some primo shit. Nice haul, Jaren. You're right. You don't get this kind of aroma from a low-quality plant. It's strong enough I almost wonder if people outside can smell it. I bet we'll have at least a few customers drawn in thinking they were craving pussy only to find out they were really hungry. Someone needs to get this woman a damn filter. I really hope Morix likes it. I know she used to hate even the sight of meat, but it seems like she's kind of gotten over that recently-ish. People do change over time, so maybe she'll be fine. Maybe she has some kind of traumatic meat-related past, and she's just now overcoming it. That's exactly what it was. Or something to that effect. Hey, some help with these dishes would be real nice. Ooh, pick me, I'll do it. All right, Jackie, see you in a bit. It sure didn't take long for her to make this place her home. You make it sound like that's a bad thing. What, do you not want her to hear something? Because personally, I'm doing everything I can to make everyone here feel at home. No, I never said... Why so serious? It was just a joke. I agree with you entirely. Girl like her doesn't belong in a whorehouse. No, she doesn't. A while back, I had suggested Jaren look into some other line of work to take up singing instead of prostitution. On her days off, she still went to the pub and performed, always to great acclaim. And while it seems she had seriously considered my proposition, a few days later she said, I think I'd rather stick around at the brothel for a while. You and Maria treat me like family, and I want to be with my family for now, you know? That's what she wants. That's her choice. I have no right to force what I think is best on her. So, question. Yeah? Have you decided what you're gonna give her? I haven't the faintest idea what you're referring to. Bullshit. I know, you know, I know you know I know. Why does she have to be so damned astute? Or is it just that obvious? I hadn't spoken about my feelings for Morgana with anyone since I'd realized I had them. Not even Maria, my closest friend. But she had a way of seeing right through me. And while she often poked fun at me about the age difference, she never actually mocked me, not seriously, at least. Though she'd avoid bringing it up with Jaren was around out of respect for her feelings. Pretty much all the other girls seemed to have picked up on it, so Jaren likely had as well. Then again, it was Jaren, so it was equally likely she hadn't an inkling. After one particularly extensive round of teasing, Maria had gone on to say, in the end, all that really matters is that you're happy. Sure, I'll feel bad for Jaren, but ultimately me and you, we've been to hell and back together. If I have to pick one of you, it'll be you. And yeah, I know, cheesy as fuck, you don't have to tell me. But hey, there's still the chance Morgana will give you the most brutal rejection of all time. Hell, I'd call that one more likely than the alternative. Now this is sad too, knowing Maria's gonna want him dead. That was her way of showing support. So what'd you get her? As your big sister, I'd be happy to check out the present before you give it to her. Make sure you don't make too big of an ass out of yourself. Again, I'm older than you, and again, we're not related. I bought a necklace as per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, don't they? Most do. Me, I got a taste for knives and other such pointy things. I doubt she has much interest in those, though. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl. Excuse you! Who's the last guy you saw with tits like these? Stella, stop scratching my stuff. I'm pretty damn smoking, if I do say so myself. You telling me this body don't light a fire in your loins? Not even a spark. I've grown so accustomed to seeing you over the years, you don't even register in that part of my brain. Is that how it works? You spend so much time with someone you go numb? Would you rather I did find you arousing? Hell no. You so much as lay a finger on me and I'll make sure you never get it up again. And don't bring up the subject. I'm gonna choose to believe she means I won't get up on my feet again. So, today's the day, right? You give her the present, then you finally tell her how you feel? Excuse me, why would I? Don't be a wuss. It's about damn time you manned up and told her. I think you got a better chance than you think. Maria, stop this. I remember when this was in the flashback. Maria, no. Do I need to remind you how old she is? 12, as of today. Practically an adult. I was knee-deep in dick at that age. You're comparing her to you. Maria, no, Maria, no, Maria, no. The longer you hold off saying something, the more difficult it becomes. Break a leg! Party's gonna be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere. All right. Anywho, I've got the decoration to put up. You get going, meat boy. Would waiting until she turns 16 really be putting it off for too long? How would I even go about saying it, assuming I actually did? Even if your face still isn't healed in 4 years, I'll still take you as my lifetime partner, Morgana. God, no, that's terrible. There has to be a better way to put it. So much for a nice, relaxing birthday party. No! Morgana arrived as the sun was beginning to set and our preparations neared completion. Myself, Maria, Jaren, and a handful of other girls who didn't have to work were gathered in the back room. Dishes and stacked with food lined the floor, and our group sat in a circle around it, several different conversations going on at once. I apologize for not being able to assist in any way. Don't apologize, it's your birthday. Sit your little bum down and let the world revolve around you for once. If you insist. Atta girl, hop right on down. Not in the friggin' corner. Hey, Morgana. There's space next to me. It's much better spot than over there in the corner. You have easy access to anything you'd like to eat. Though I suppose if you wanted, I could get your food for you. I'll sit next to Maria. Don't think I didn't hear that. Hey, hi there, Morgs. How's the drink? Your head spinning yet? It most certainly is not. Well, let's make it spin. Let's make the whole world spin. Whee! Y'all shouldn't drink alcohol that young. Wine is only to be used for nourishment. It is not meant for base recreation. You shall be smitten down from above if... It's fine, don't worry. Even God's taken the day off to get wasted out of his mind. How dare you disrespect the Lord like that? Eat, drink, drink, eat, drink. Wait, stop, I can't. I'm in heaven. My stomach's in heaven. You finally got your meat. She's sound asleep. Girl acts like it's her birthday we're celebrating here. What do you say? Want me to give her a good whack upside the head? No, it's fine. Let her sleep. She looks so happy, I would almost feel bad waking her. If you say so. You're the one in charge today. So, you and Jaren getting on all right? Huh? It looked like you were trying to keep your distance a little while back. I don't get that impression from you anymore, but if there's any friction at all, don't hesitate to let me know. I'm getting along fine with her now. If anything does come up, I will tell you. Okay. Well, I'm really glad to hear it. With Jaren, it's, well, what you see is what you get. Once you get past that, there's never a dull moment with her. Indeed. Although, it wasn't anything I did that cleared the air between us, but... Oh? Never mind. And this asshole thinks because he's paying, that means he can do whatever he feels like. And I'm having to tell him to back off and just, I can't believe some of these guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I've got a good one too. This other guy, this guy came in totally shit-faced. Wait, are you serious? Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I'd have chased the pricks off if I'd known. It seems like anytime you get more than a couple of these girls together, conversation inevitably drifts back to work. Which, of course, is the subject Morgana's least keen on. She looks like she wants to run away. Guess I've got to step in. You guys think you could maybe change the subject? Like we have anything else to talk about? Making the birthday girl want to hide in a corner defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? Oh, no, don't mind me. I don't have anything I want to talk about. At least eat something, then. I've eaten plenty, thank you. I'm quite full. And how about the cookies? They're barely sweetened and dry as rocks, but they're edible. Jacopo, you little bitch! You've got some stones to shit-talk my cookies to my face. Stop it, Maria. Stop throwing things at me. For God's sake, can you not show a modicum of decorum for just one day? Yeah, you're totally one to talk. You could try not being a massive dick for once in your life. Name one thing I've done to warrant this kind of abuse. You first. You're the one who started throwing accusations. There it is, right on schedule, you two little lovebirds. Fight, fight, fight. We are not lovebirds. Bleh, I don't even care anymore. You are right about one thing, though. This is Morgana's day, so let's change the subject. Like I said, I don't have anything to talk about. Sure you do. You just have to look a little harder. Not saying you have to reminisce for us. It can be anything. Let's see. Here's an idea. Are there any guys you got your eyes on? Oof. There it is. There is. What? Seriously? Holy shit. Who is it? Tell me, who's the lucky guy? God. Ah. Don't give me that look. I don't need your sympathy. If you're gonna dream, dream big, right? Yeah, I get you what you're coming from, pining after the all-powerful, all-knowing God. I'm with you. You bald-faced liar. The grass may be a hell of a lot greener up there, but it's a bit far, don't you think? You're better off settling for the weeds down here. Did she just imply I'm a weed? Say, the young man over... Wait, stop right there. Don't say another word. Whoopsie, me and my big mouth almost did your job for you. Maria, stop it. God, damn it, Maria. This is not good. Like hell, I'm going to let her spill it on a whim. I have to do something before she has another slip of the tongue. Morgana, what she was trying to say is that I have to go. What? I have to go to the bathroom. Sure. My sides ain't gonna last much longer if you keep this up. This is no laughing matter. Ow! What the hell? Don't throw things at me. You did it first. Damn it all. Now that was a good laugh. God, you're such a dork. How hard is it to just say it? It would have been easier if you hadn't cornered me like that. You expect me to believe you would have done it without a little nudge. I would have. Eventually. Eventually ain't gonna cut it. Now is the right time. And don't worry, me and the girls won't make fun of you too much for getting your rocks off the little girls. Maria, stop it. That's not the reason I like her. Besides, I would wait at least 4 years until... Doesn't mean you can't tell her now. I think it'd do wonders, really. She's, well, you know. So I think knowing someone cares about her will lighten the load a bit. I mean, obviously we care about her too. She's like family. But there's something sisterly love just can't hold a candle to. Mushy romance may not be my cup of tea, but that doesn't mean even I don't think it'd be nice to have something special every once in a while. When she comes back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. And if she turns you down, we can all have a good laugh about it. Maria and a few other girls chuckled. My lips had twisted almost into a knot from the sheer, overwhelming discomfort. But at the same time, I knew she had a point. I could say how I felt just as easily as 4 years from now. It couldn't develop into anything for some time yet, no, but simply letting Morgana know that someone cared about her, and her specifically, could very well lighten some of the load she bore. And as much as she had warmed up to us, she still very clearly kept herself walled off. And though she tried to pretend otherwise, She did still get rather gloomy whenever she passed by something reflective. But if I could convince her that her physical appearance had no bearing on my feelings, then maybe, just maybe, it could clear away some of the clouds hanging over her. Possibly even light the way to the day when I could at last see her smile. That was all the motivation I needed. I'll do it. I'll tell her. Not only for myself, but for her as well. I can do this. And now I'm making myself nervous as hell. Calm yourself, Jacopo. This is nothing. You infiltrated the Lord's Manor, for crying out loud. Telling the girl how you feel is considerably less likely to kill you. Even a child could do it. You look so tense your nerves could snap at any moment. I am not! God damn it. Please hurry up, Morgana. I want to get this over with as soon as possible. I have a feeling. Oh, yep. Was that a... And I'm gonna stop it there because I don't think I can handle this right now. Tomorrow, the worst is gonna start. Tomorrow is all hell, all pain, no happiness. Are you guys ready? Tomorrow is all hell, all pain, no happiness, final destination. Okay. Oh my lord, okay. Yeah, kind of a shorter stream today, but everything was so happy. I don't know if I can like handle the highest highs and the lowest lows in one day right now. It was like that was the nicest part of Morgana and Jacopo's life, and they're about to fucking have the worst shit happen to them ever. Yeah, I saved, huh? Yeah. Oh god, this music. Oof. But tomorrow will be all pain, no happiness, final destination. I hope you guys who are hanging out and listening enjoyed the, probably the only happy part of this game, but I guess we'll see where it goes. And, let's see. Oh, No is on right now. I think I'll go raid No. Alright, thank you guys so much. I'm still getting all of my alerts and stuff with OBS figured out. So I'm gonna work on it some more, and hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to hear the alerts and stuff, and I'll be able to get on stuff right when it happens and stuff. Alright? Alright, so raid is going out. And y'all will be drifted along to, I think the raid's going out. Isn't it? Hold on a second. I hope it's going out. Let me check. Maybe I should do it not from my dashboard. All right, let's try this again. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, all right, all right. All right, I'll see you guys later. See you tomorrow for All Pain, No Hell, No Happiness, Final Destination. Bye!